was awesome.
It was amazing. I'll tell you more about it. Hello, everybody. Gosh, man, that countdown was crazy. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a thrice weekly campaign set in the beautiful, wonderful world of Imea. We are here with our lovely crew, the New Moon. Everybody, take a look at the camera, wave, and say hi.
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 Right.
Hello.
You all waved perfectly in time. I only heard Brandon's voice, which is great.
Hi.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Hello, everyone. Mike, play some music. Are you guys hearing that? Oh, I guess it is playing.
Yes.
I'm hearing it. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. So before we get started in the full-on shenanigans of tonight, I'm very excited. We're going to do a couple announcements up front. This is the last week I get to make this announcement because starting next week we have campaign 4 coming out. So for those of you who are around and have their Mondays free, first off to watch, but also we need players, which is why I'm talking about this right now. But campaign 4 starting on the 27th. So this coming today's Tuesday, right? This coming Monday. This is going to be the 4th iteration of a party that is running in their own sort of field, but at the same time in the same world, we'll say at least, as everyone else that's going on here. So if this is your first time watching, welcome. Everybody is here playing at the same time in the world, and it's all chaos and it's crazy. So very excited for that to get started. So be on the lookout for that. But another reason why we want to talk about that is because we still need players. So let's talk about what this 4th campaign is about. So this is Tales of Imea, the Isles, going south of South Imea to a land that is ultimately uncharted by at least the known world, going into heavy tropical climates, crazy plant life, wildlife, water life, air life. I guess that counts in wildlife, but you get what I'm saying. We have crazy abandoned ruins, going through lore that goes deeper and darker and older than anything else we've learned in the world of Imea, in going deeper into a understanding of the world before it was even known as Imea. Also some pretty cool like ship v ship combat and a bunch of nautical shit. It's awesome. So if you are interested in playing, if you are watching this on YouTube, you can check in the video description below on how to jump into those games. But also I'll be putting it in the private chat here as well. So if you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube, you'll be able to see the same thing. Very excited. We do have at least one player for now. We're trying to figure out some other things in the on the ends here, but we have 2 new players. We have at least one player that is from our Friday campaign that is joining as well for a little bit. So it's going to be awesome. I'm very excited to get that going. So please put that on your calendar to watch, but also, and I would say honestly, more importantly, jump in, join us. It's great. Join the family. I promise. We don't bite. We're great. So that is that. The next thing I will mention is that we do have our no specific scheduled sessions yet, but Shadows of the North Shore, our Candela Obscura homebrew setting game, is very slowly getting underway. We do have 2 players. We need at least one more to be able to get that ball rolling. But a little bit about first off, Candela Obscura. If you are unfamiliar, that is a cosmic horror game that is designed by the players, the movers and shakers of Critical Role, Darrington Press. Very cool introspective sort of design of a cosmic horror sort of survival type game. We made up our own version. So it is very similar in play style, game style, and obviously this is using the same system, but putting a little bit heavier foot into the real world as we are putting this into the setting of the year 1901 in North Shore, Massachusetts. A couple hundred years after a particular awful thing that's taken place in Salem that brews with some interesting, cool folklore stuff. A lot of it, which is actual true folklore, as I am a native of Massachusetts, and I'm very excited to tell some of those stories. We did a playtest of that at the beginning of, I think, September, right? At this point, I don't remember. Time is an illusion. But a few months ago, with a couple of our friends. So we have a couple of them here, 3 of them here, that took place in that. So if you want to check that out, we have a 3 campaign session. It is under Shadows of the North Shore. We had a lot of fun. I think it's definitely worth watching. And if you think that's cool, sign up, please. We need people. So please feel free to join, or at least, if you have any questions or things like that, reach out to me. I'd be happy to answer those questions. Last but not least, we are coming up on December's coming up soon, gang, which means we're coming up to our last sort of month running our Steinhardt's Guide to the Eldritch Hunt. This is our Halloween drop-in, drop-out mini campaign designed around the gothic horror, Bloodborne, Dark Souls-esque D&D 5e supplement that is just pretty much just wrapped up their Kickstarter and is working on kind of sending that stuff out. But all the playtest materials are ready to go. We have had a couple people that have joined in that as well. You guys can raise your hand and say hi if you want to. Some, yeah. That I would say, I think you guys maybe had a lot of fun. Brandon, it's been a little bit since you played, but Brandon, do you want to jump in and just talk about what you liked about the Eldritch Hunt game?
Yeah, so I think definitely if you're into like that Eldritch horror, like Bloodborne-esque style stuff, super fun. Super, I don't want to say gory, but like just kind of like that, no holds bar. And you can be a little bit chaotic, and it's kind of fun.
Yeah. So thank you for that. Yeah. So we are able to, along with the supplement, we have brand new spells, brand new classes, brand new races and sub races. We have one brand new class, the Jaeger, which is a really cool design around being like a it's like taking the kind of like battle master class and actually pushing it to kind of the next sort of limit. So if you want to feel like a total badass or a monster hunting monsters, as I've mentioned it before, is that please feel free to jump in. The first session of this is free. So there's no reason to not jump in. The only reason I would say is if you have never played D&D before, this is probably not the first game you want to run for D&D, as it'll spoil, I think, every D&D game after that, maybe. But it is at least a little crunchier for sure. But yeah, if you play for a little bit and want to kind of, if you miss Bloodborne and really wish they would bring it back for the PC or any sort of console that's around today, first off, I feel you. I'm with you. Join in this. It'll feel similar in a lot of ways. So that is also, there's a drop-in, drop-out, which means that you can join for one session. You can join for 2 sessions, 3 sessions. You can take a break in between, jump back in. That is going to be on Saturdays and Sundays. So if you have any questions on that or would like to sign up, I would recommend doing that on the links provided here. And I think that's it. Last thing I'll just put in here is our little link tree if you want to follow. Oopsie daisy. If you want to follow along on our Instagram, TikTok, social media stuff. I'm actually planning on possibly trying to do some stuff where I'm just doing like a like a TikTok live or maybe a YouTube live of just painting minis. That way we get people to kind of like just take a look and see how some of the sausage is made. Or you can just see how slow and bad I am at it. And make fun of me, please. Whatever. Content is content, right? All right, cool. Before we were able to fully jump into today, we have our recap of where we left off, which I do imagine is going to be somewhat simplified, as a lot did happen, but it's hard to put in specific words. But Brandon, whenever you're ready, take it away, sir.
I thought Matt was doing it.
Matt, whenever you're ready, take it away, sir.
Okay. We started the session with Bixaldan waking up and casting Identify on all of the wonderful objects we recovered from the chest that Adim and Ianthe found underwater. And then the session slowly proceeded with just other characters making their way in and out of Bixaldan's radius, collecting said magical items throughout the session. Too much buffoonery and great entertainment. It was awesome entertainment, y'all. The big thing is, and the moment that we find ourselves in now, is that the last item, a ring that Bixaldan found, he reserved for himself. And upon putting that ring on, he found himself actually transported to a new space where, taking the form of his old colleague and mentor, Fezwig, Tall communicated with Bixaldan and offering him a pact of some sort, or maybe not pact, and offering him a deal to be his ally for power and to hopefully protect Alyssa more so than he is now. Bixaldan agreed to the terms of the deal, got very overpowered, and now returns to us possessed, partly at least, by Tal, without the other people in the party knowing what is going on.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Also, I had to bring the music way down, so apologies for the viewers that are hearing crazy loud thing. I'm going to check my voice just to see. Wow, I am so loud. I mean, usually this is hard to do, so this is good news, but also turn down. Cool. I'm sorry. I got to check that one more time just to make sure. A little bit in between. And I promise we will jump in after this. Okay, let's try that. All right. Good enough for me. All right. So, leaning into our so actually, I'm gonna start right off by having Chelsea. Would you roll me a d20, please?
14.
14. Okay. Awesome. All right. Fantastic. So we have a little bit of a moment to clear up and kind of like finish out before we kind of move into what I assume to be most likely our venture into moving time a little bit forward here. So before we do that, we had a situation of Bixaldan going full into a mode of kind of standstill. We know that our friend Alyssa could tell that something was going on, seemed to try to pull him out of wherever he was in. So we have to roleplay from that moment here. Alyssa is looking at you, Bix, the goblin, and is kind of like holding your hands. At this point, you and Alyssa are the height difference is, I think you might be like a little bit taller than her, but not by much. So she's kind of like holding your hands at this moment and trying to like, and I think what you just heard was, "Are you okay?" And then you felt your body respond with, "Don't worry, I'm fine." She looks at you kind of concerned. Oh, okay. All right.
Did you see anything?
No, I just saw you looked like you were miles away when I woke up, and I looked around, I saw you, and I kind of rolled out of the hammock. I kind of busted my knee up a little bit. I will say at this point, anyone who thinks that they would have come in here hearing the sound of a small, I believe it's a 10-year-old girl just kind of like falling out of a hammock, you can at this moment. But you see her kind of,
Do you need me to take a look at that child?
no, I guess I'm okay. Where are we?
We are on a boat headed for the city of Celeste in North Imea.
Okay.
With the intent of helping maybe find some people that could help you where we may not be able to.
Okay. So Dad just let me go?
Well, there was a lot of chaos, and we felt it was safe to protect you, and we felt the best way to protect you after the incident was to get on a boat and head to safer waters.
Okay. Okay. I get it. Okay, well,
How are you feeling? You've been asleep for quite a while.
how long?
DM question, how long?
Like 2-3 days at this point?
Okay. It's been about 2.5 to 3 days.
Oh.
E-Wolf is with us. I think you know him.
I will say, for the sake of ease in this scene, E-Wolf is not in the room for this. I cannot remember where E-Wolf is, but if I have to retcon, I will. E-Wolf is not here at this moment.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, E-Wolf is here? Okay. That's... Why?
He wanted to protect you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Wait. We're on a boat?
Yes.
So we're underwater?
Yes. Would you like to see? So I'll take her out on deck unless somebody stops us on the way.
Yeah. So you open the door and go to take her out on the deck. Is anyone kind of like busting in here? This is a point where you guys can decide where you're coming from here. For those of you who missed last session, you're essentially scattered for the most part. You can kind of be anywhere. This is the pretty much the middle of the day, if I recall. Yeah.
Demon's probably just on deck.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably on deck as well. Just
Same.
Cool. You see coming out of the hatch, you see little Alyssa. I apologize. I think I'm screwing this up right now. But I don't think she's not 10. She was like more like 5, right? And then
yeah,
what
she's like 5.
Yeah. She's like 5, yeah. We'll say 5.5 because that's funny. And you see her kind of like pushing herself out and just popping her head out. Okay. You see her push her whole body out and starts to run right to the banister of the deck. I'd say probably closest to Adim.
Knowing what she did, because she almost killed me, I leave her be, but keep an eye on her so she doesn't fall over, and just kind of smile at her. But I'm certainly not going to grab the little witch.
Wow.
Pretty neat, huh?
Yeah. I can't see land anywhere.
It's out there.
Okay. Yeah. It's just us on this little boat in the middle of the water.
Yep.
And she's looking right at you. This little atomic bomb of a child is looking at you, and in this moment, there's a part I think of Deep where you do like you've probably been thinking about this the whole time, but there's a point where you fully recognize, like, yeah, there's no escape from you if something bad happens right now.
Yeah. But when I said yeah, that was the tone of my voice.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So anybody who's on deck probably notices Celeste come up. Bixaldan, probably you kind of like scramble up after, I assume.
Yeah. I'll give her some space, but I want to be where I can see her.
I think she runs over. How's Kofi doing? I think Kofi hasn't seen her yet.
Okay. I'll keep an eye
Are you
on
saying
her.
in general?
No, to like seeing her awake.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Hasn't seen her.
I'll just-
Hasn't seen her yet. Yeah. I think she runs over to she runs over to some of like the rigging. Like I would say probably like some like the I don't know what terms are called, but like the thing that actually moves the boom. She kind of like pushes against it and sees that it moves slightly, and she's like, what does this do?
So I will walk over there and say, let me show you. And so I start showing her what it does without destroying where the ship is or the ship itself, and start
Okay.
talking to her in very simple terms of like, that's what this does. That's what this does. That's what just like keeping her entertained and
Okay.
explaining to her without getting her to hurt the ship or get frustrated so she blows something else up.
Okay, awesome. I'm gonna say, give me a performance check with advantage. She's really into this right now.
Okay. Let's see. My highest roll was a 16.
Yeah, 16 is great. Okay, so that controls whether the ship moves from left or starboard or port.
Yes, that's correct. And then this over here, just keep on going.
Yeah. She's soaking it in. She's like, I think there's a point where a DM you like get the idea of like, this kid's 5. Like there's a level of like she's picking this up very quickly.
And I'm good with that. I just don't want her to find out in a different way whether something works or not.
Yeah. Cool. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I think as Adim's explaining it, explaining everything to Alyssa, Tishin will lean over at some point and be like, but be really careful about the poop deck. You really just want to watch your step. Just I'll be over here tying knots if you want like any like more.
Tying knots.
There's a you see her lean up and like
What? You don't? Oh, okay. Tishin will take a full on knee. Yeah.
yeah. There's a poop deck?
Yeah. They won't normally tell you that until like day 3 or 4, but there's an absolute deck just full of poop somewhere on this ship. I have not found it yet, but I know it's
noticeably
here.
roll my eyes. Let him keep going.
And Grian from this side is just like, there's nowhere else for the dog to go. Like,
Oh, okay. Oh, and she says, oh, like yelling, oh, but she forgets to pull back from your ears, so you hear like oh god.
Oh man!
Oh,
Wow.
okay. Yeah, okay. So for the dog, okay.
And yeah, and just in other cases of emergency as well, but mostly for the dog. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
Right now, mostly I tie knots. Other times I.
That seems like a really silly job.
I don't know if it's silly. I mean, it takes a lot of. But I have tied probably. I've done at least 3 miles of knots right now, just in ropes that I found, and I think that really speaks to commitment. We've been on this boat for 4 or 5 days now, and I've probably been tying knots 6 hours out of each one of those days. So it's really
How
about
big is this
perfecting
thing?
This boat.
Yeah.
I'd say it's about oh god, I've never it's big. I'd say it's medium to large.
Okay.
I don't know boat terms very much. I'm sorry. I'm probably not the right person to be asking about this stuff. What do you normally do? Is this your first time on a boat?
I'm a little girl. I don't do anything.
Well, that's not true. You do some stuff, right? Like,
Oh yeah, I consistently blow things up. That happens.
see, there's something you do. I'm sure. I'm sure other 5-year-olds would be
I'm-
like, I draw or play games or something. But you can.
Well, I do that too, but
Oh,
yeah, it just seems like people are more interested in the fact that I blow things up.
No. What do you draw?
Like things that I can do, like magical things. I try to make like a version of them. See, this is and you see actually no, full on, because she's like a 5.5-year-old. She goes, "Oh, wait a minute!" and she runs downstairs to go and grab a book that she probably had on her person at some point, and like brings it back up and just comes running back up.
You're really out of breath for a 5.5-year-old. Wow, damn. All right.
I've never been on a boat.
Don't. Just look over the side. Look over the side, or go over the side if you have to. Yeah.
This is you. I don't know if that transferred on the mic, but she fully swallowed. Okay, so this is a cat that I once had.
Oh. Wow.
His name was Whiskers.
Wow.
This is him after, and you see there's like 2 legs that are missing from the back. After something happened that was not my fault, and then this is me waiting for him to come home one day, and that never happened. So, and you see her continuously flipping through.
It's the saddest kid's drawing book.
It's just like, yeah. She blew up a cat.
Catastrophe after catastrophe.
I will say, like, there's a certain point where you see that she did, like, kind of like Jerry. I will say this. This is actually something that should be noted here. She did, like, jerry rig a wheel, like almost like the opposite of, like, I guess how you would assume like a wheelbarrow goes. Like, she had one wheel that she managed to kind of like tie to the back sort of portion of the cat, so that the cat could still like maneuver forward, but there had to be like this weird sort of balance thing here. So yeah, pretty like not the most ingenious thing to build, but it was pretty good for a 5.5-year-old. And then the next picture she shows you is the one who's like, yeah, and then the cat didn't come back.
Wow, that's just, sometimes cats just don't come back. That's what I've heard.
I imagine that the cat is telling the tale of its journey with me to other cats in the woods.
Imagine it's probably saying great things about you and just sort of sharing like all these awesome stories. Like, yeah, that cat's probably on a great adventure right now, like kind of like you are.
Yeah. What's over here? And you see she kind of like walks off. I will say, Ianthe, where is Ianthe right now? Where would we find her?
I think I am sitting on the edge, maybe dangling my feet in the water if I can, and making like little
You're
animals.
pretty high up. You're pretty high up. But I say you could be dangling your feet over
I'm
the
dangling
water.
my feet anyway.
Okay, you got it. Hi.
Hi. You're awake. How are you feeling?
Okay, I just threw up in my mouth. But I swallowed it. So we're good.
Great. I'm really glad to hear that.
I asked a fisherman once what he does when he gets sick on the ship, and he told me that he swallowed it. So
it's good
that's
advice.
what I do.
I guess.
Yeah. Do you swallow your puke?
I don't really get sick on the ship, actually.
Oh.
But
Because you're blue.
Yeah. Yes, actually. Similar reasons.
You're pretty.
Thank you. You're very pretty.
Thanks. What do you do?
In general, or just
what
I like to do for fun? I don't understand what you're asking of me.
What do you do here?
Oh, I help clean the deck.
Oh, the poop deck.
Yes.
That's gotta be the worst job on this boat.
It's not so bad. If you know how to fix it quickly.
Okay.
Move on with your day. I also help clean underneath the ship because I can breathe underwater.
That's cool. Like on command?
Yeah. Just whenever I want to.
Like is it like one day you wake up and you realize that you can do it, so you do it? Or is it like you can do it whenever you want?
Whenever I want. I've always been able to.
That's cool. You must be really powerful.
I am. Do you want to make water animals with me?
Yeah!
Yeah!
You see her like pull right up to the side. At this point, Kofi walks up to Grian, takes a moment away from the helm. Well, I was wondering why we were off course for a second, but clearly we're. I see why. Okay.
I mean, she's not that bad when you get to know her. She's a nice kid. She means well enough.
I've been sailing for 20 years, and main rule for every ship I've been on is no kids on the ship. And this is my first voyage as captain, and along with everything else that's happened, we now have a child on the ship.
I mean, I think this is all for you just a very unusual trip to begin with, right?
Just kind of like, like a curt like smile tears.
So why not do it up?
All right. Well, I don't know what to say to kids, so if you could keep her just away from me, that would be great.
I will definitely try my best.
Okay. Cool. All right. Ugh. And you see him just walk off in a huff. Cool. Bix, you do have a couple things to show Adim at some point. You don't have to do that now, but just wanted to give you kind of that that to mess with, as you have the trident and then his pendant.
Did you put those in his inventory?
I did not.
Okay. Okay.
Like I said, we don't have to handle that now. It's just
Right. I know. No, I wasn't doing it right now.
cool. What is Bixaldan doing right now?
Well,
so I'd say Bix, you can follow kind of Alyssa along, but there's probably a moment where you do feel like you do have a second to yourself. Yeah.
Well, I think the first thing I need to do is go down and clean up after myself from all my identifying, make sure everything's organized and put away.
Okay.
In the thing, and then I'll probably just kind of write down, just journal some, work on because I haven't really had a lot of time to work on my thoughts with the nerve that we took from the Ixochitl.
Okay.
And just kind of work on what I can do with that. Because I figure Ianthes has a pretty good handle on Alyssa right now.
Okay. Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. 26.
Okay. With a 26, you start to kind of map out like things that you've noticed as far as like you're writing down like scientific notes, like biological sort of things, like the length, you know. You just specifically, did we decide whether you took out the nerve or did you take out like basically this the spine that was connecting it?
I took out what I thought was generating the electricity.
I thought we took out the nerve, like the whole.
Which I thought was a nerve or something.
The sheath. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
or
you got
gland or something. I'm not 100% sure what it was, but
you got it. So as you start writing, do you write with your right hand or your left hand?
left hand.
Okay.
Nice.
As you start writing, you feel your right hand involuntarily grab for something.
Okay.
It's probably something that just represents another like sort of writing utensil. I imagine you break a lot of like you could call it a quill, or we could say that they're like bits of like sort of like lead sort of. Anyways, the version of your pencil, you probably have a lot of these.
Sure.
You feel the right hand start to come up and start drawing something out for you
Oh my goodness.
as you're writing.
Yeah, which is
You don't feel it right away. It actually is like in the middle of doing, and that's when you notice it.
Yeah, the first thing is I look up, see if anybody's around, then I begin freaking out a little bit.
You got it. Awesome. You see, it seems to be some sort of drawing of a depiction of a weapon that essentially would be taking the form of a whip. That you would need the spine, like the skeletal spine, of another serpentine creature.
Okay.
But if you're able to connect this correctly, based on what's been given to you, you I'll say this: you just see, like, you see a bunch of like calculations and things like that that mark out an equal sign and then a question mark.
Can I try to solve it?
Well, what I'm saying is it's telling you, like, if you put this and this together.
Oh, I got it. Okay. And we disposed of the extrachital body, didn't we?
I don't know. Did you?
We were leaving it so Bix could study it, and then we talked about chopping it up and maybe eating it or feeding it to the dog.
Right, yeah, so I think the body's still around.
Okay, so I definitely want to see if I can work on getting that spine out.
Okay. In this moment, what are you doing?
Oh, in this moment, I probably need a minute because the fact that my hand just started working on its own is kind of freaky.
Mm-hmm.
So I probably need a minute to collect my thoughts. And then and that's really what it is. I'm probably completely lost in thought. I'm thinking, okay, I did this. I shouldn't have done this. How do I undo this? But those are just my thoughts. Understanding that if this gets to my party, they're in danger. So I think my anxiety probably went from, like, Bix is probably normally at like a 7. He's probably at a 9 right now. But he's doing it in a way that he's trying to act calm.
Right. Okay.
So that's where I am.
I will say specifically in this moment, you do not feel any other feeling that allows you any peace from this level 9 stress. So, simply what I'm saying is you are here. You are here in this moment and feeling alone.
Okay, I'm gonna do an experiment too. I'm gonna go somewhere that is not obvious in my book, and I want to write Tal.
Nothing.
Okay. Then I'm gonna if it's in capital letters, and I want to put a TO in front of it, just a big T, little O. So it spells the word total, but the Tal's capitalized.
Okay.
And then you know what I gave you, what I DM'd you on my thing I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
I want to write that first sentence and see if I can, if there's any issue with that.
Okay. Roll me a perception check.
$11.
You hear a splash outside your window. And shouts. We're going to cut from you.
Okay.
Up above, Ianthe, you're showing Alyssa how to be able to make water monsters out of the ocean, right?
I mean, we're just making little critters like fish and stuff, but sure, monsters.
Yeah, of course. Right, yeah. Cool. She is leaning very far over, watching this happen, and you see her slip, and before you were able to catch her, you feel her fall right into the water. You see her head pokes up. Her head pokes up, and she immediately starts flailing.
I'm going in.
Got it. You jump in. As you jump in, no problems here. You jump in, you grab her, and you can feel her just like I'm going to roll something for her.
It's all right. Just keep
Okay.
coughing. Kick if you can. I was a lifeguard.
You give me a perception check with disadvantage. It is a low DC, but you're dealing with a lot right now.
Oh, I should probably have my character sheet pulled up. With disadvantage, it's a 14.
14. You feel your 14 is good. 14 is enough. You feel as you're are you like holding her to tell me how you were holding her?
I was a lifeguard, so I'm like, what's the correct way to do this? I haven't. Trying to like just keep her head above water. So
Okay.
like holding her up. Like if I'm a little under the water, that's fine, and I'm kicking a lot to like keep her upright.
Okay, cool. Oh, maybe this sound isn't going. Yeah, we'll use this one. There we go. Sorry, you're holding her by like your hands?
Yeah, I'm holding her with my hands like under her armpits to just kind of keep her. I'm just keeping her head above the water.
Okay, cool.
Shoulders if I can.
You feel her body get very hot.
No.
She's sputtering.
It's
She's
not-
losing
it's fine.
control. I can't swim.
It's okay. It's fine. Can I hang on to her and cast? There's not a ladder or anything for us to just hop up, is there?
I mean, the rest of your crew are on board, and they're just. What are you guys doing?
Tishino will throw down a rope if he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll run over.
Absolutely. Yep.
When I hear her say I can't swim,
Mhm.
I'll head over to the edge and jump in with them and say, yes, you can. You can do anything you want to. You know that.
Okay.
And what does she do?
Well, I love that. I'm going to ask this, Ianthe. What are you wanting to do? Because most likely, whatever you're going to be wanting to do is going to have advantage because of Adim.
I want to keep holding on to her. I don't want to let her go.
Sure.
So I'm going to try to swim toward the rope. And I'm just going to tell her, like, just keep kicking your feet. I'll get you out of here. Just keep kicking your feet.
Okay. I'm going to say, because you're not doing anything magical in this moment to do this, I'm going to say that would have disadvantage in this scene. Adim is giving you an advantage here, so it's a straight roll.
Okay. For
performance. Or excuse me, persuasion.
Persuasion. Okay. I mean, I could have done magic, but I didn't want to. Okay, come on, persuasion. You have a very good persuasion. Yeah, that'll do it. 24.
24. DC was 20.
Yeah.
It was really high. So nice. Yeah, very cool. You see her go, okay, I can't do it. Oh, it's coming back up. Okay. And at this point, you guys aren't
Don't
that
swallow.
far from the
Don't
road.
swallow the water. Don't swallow the water. Don't swallow the puke. Just let it out.
Don't yell at me. You see her like she's trying to like grabbing for the rope at this point, but yeah, with that of like Adim going like you can do this absolutely. You see her kind of like grab for the rope. And just am I swimming? You see her holding onto the rope, and just her like the bottom of her feet are just touching the water.
Yeah, kick your feet, and you're great. Rule number 1 of learning to swim: kick your feet. It's going to make everything so much easier.
Okay. You see her turn and look back at you. Her eyes are a deep, dark pink.
Are you okay?
What? Yeah, that's fine. I guess I think I'm done swimming now. I think I want I want to be dad so big.
Can I cast Detect Thoughts on her with subtle spell?
Yeah. I'm gonna say to get what you want, you're gonna have to dive deeper.
Okay. I'll poke.
Okay. What's the saving throw?
I'm pretty sure it's wisdom. Hold on. Where is it? There it is. Oh my god. Wisdom, yeah.
You hear. I don't have the voice thing set up, but you hear a deep, dark voice that does not sound like Alyssa at all. Say, remember the shackles. You put them on.
It was remember the shackles you put them on?
Mm-hmm. At that moment, you see the eyes go back. She goes, "Okay, you can pull me up now, Mr. Lion Man."
Oh yeah. All right. And Tishina will just slowly pull her up, like not doing it in a way that's like he's not going to try to jerk her up. He's going to just try to make it as smooth a trip up as possible.
You got it. Cool. Yeah, you guys are able to pull, and obviously you guys can come back up to. You see, Kofi. Korean, you're watching this. Kofi just kind of appears beside you. No kids. The one rule. She's been awake for 5 minutes.
I think it's been closer to 15.
Okay. I'm going to go back to steering the ship. See, I'm going to move away.
It's a good thing we can't have them no matter how hard we try.
Bix, it's enough time. I mean, you hear the splash, you heard the shouts, so you can run up to the deck.
Well, I was going to go look for him. I was going to set Alyssa up. Like, why don't you help Tishy tie some knots? He looks like he could use an apprentice.
Nope,
for
I'm
knots.
great at tying knots. I don't need any. Oh, sorry. No, yeah. Sure.
Just someone to
I'll
impart
take
your
it.
wisdom on. Hmm?
Okay.
I'll be
You
right
can
back.
tell, like she's trying to be like she's trying to put on a brave face for sure, but she was rocked by that for sure.
Oh, of course. That's terrifying.
So Bix, I fully think Bix, you just tore up here. Like, I mean, you tell me.
Absolutely. I would have shut my book and ran up to see what was going on.
You running up to see what was going on saw her in the water. You saw her flailing.
Okay, so I won't make anybody redo because I would have got her out of it instantly, but I won't undo any of that. Obviously,
Yeah.
I'll just sit there and look very worried and very guilty right now.
I wanted to go find Bix. So if he's right there.
Yeah, he's right there. Yep, looking down, probably at the spot where Alyssa went.
Hey. So you probably saw what happened.
What happened? How did she fall in the water?
I got too close to the side, leaned over too far. It happens. I was wondering if you could come up with something that she could wear that would sort of help keep her afloat. Because I'll tell you, I really did not think about the fact that she couldn't swim. And I don't know if
From the
everyone
water
else
level,
can
you
swim
hear-
either.
I can't
Future
swim.
Adim yell, or we could teach you how to swim.
Yeah,
In the
dude, you're just
meantime.
kind of coming up. Yeah. That's so good.
That sounds like an amazing idea. We may have what we need to come up with something. I'll have to. I'll need a little time to design something for that.
Just
But that's an
you're
amazing
the
idea.
you're the idea guy, so I thought maybe if somebody could come up with something to help someone float. I mean, I've got a spell that could help.
Well, I could pull her out of the water easily.
Well,
I could pull anybody out of the
I did
water.
do that, but
Yes.
I'd like to teach her how to swim. And if you're interested, I'd like to teach you how to swim. And it's a lot easier when you can float.
This is absolutely logical. That makes
It's a good skill to have.
it. It is a good skill to have. So she just leaned over. Was the rail secure? Does the rail need repaired?
She's a curious child who has never been at sea before. She got excited and leaned over too far.
Well, thank you for saving her.
Of course. I know you would have done it if you were there.
Where's the dog?
Oh, shit.
And above board, I like the idea that I could make water wings cannon.
Oh, absolutely. And you're the inventor. You're the first one to invent them. Yes. Sorry, King. I will figure out why the music is going in and out, but in the meantime, I'm going to bring it down really low, just in case. I'm not sure why that's doing that. Yeah, where's the dog?
I guess I have to go find the dog.
Well, you guys, I'm the DM's asking the crew, where would you guys have the dog at this time?
I thought it was back downstairs in the room.
Yeah, he's probably in my
say-
room. His room.
I figure you guys keep him in the room until you have to walk him.
Is there?
I feel like unless he is supervised, he's in the room. If he is on deck, he's being supervised by one of us.
Cool.
Can I ask you, does this ship have any sort of hold in it? Like, we have rooms, but is there any, like, storage? No, okay. I was wondering.
Oh, for like storage stuff? I thought you, I guess.
Not a
someone's never
brig.
told
Like,
me
does
they could
it-
brig, yeah.
Does the ship have, like, cannons? And if it does, like...
No, absolutely. It's a fishing ship. No. But no, I would say there is like storage stuff, but I would say that's probably in like you'd have to probably go through the kitchen to get to where those supplies would be, I think.
Probably like a pantry with food. Yeah, no worries. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Like a walk-in pantry. I think it would be big enough. Like you have to put crates in here, I think, eventually. But even then, it's small for crates.
Okay.
You got to keep the fatella somewhere.
Yeah.
Patella's got to flow.
Patella.
Okay.
I'm going to return.
Go
I
ahead.
want to return to the room, and the first thing I want to do is get back into my book and put a mark out that sentence I wrote as clear as I can, as well as I can, and then I'll start designing water wings.
You got it.
And I'll just say quietly under my breath, "You made your point."
No response.
I didn't think so.
Okay. Anything else we want to do based on the scene that's just happened here? Because this is a point where I will say, days are going to follow here, and we want to decide what we're doing for the next few days. But before that, let's go ahead and make sure we finish everything we want to do in the scene.
Nothing really. For
Oh,
me.
you're all good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. So over the next couple days, we work on, I'm going to say, let's do a couple of skill check stuff here. So it's a brand new day. I would like everybody to, once again, and we can have you roll several of these now at this point if you think you're going to maintain the same job over the next 4 days. But we're going to kind of run through this again. So Titian, I assume you're working on you're the main knot tire. If there's a knot that needs to be tied, you are called over.
Yeah, I think the official term or title that Titian adopts is like second mate knotter. And that's what he just goes with. Because he can't be first mate, but he'll be second, which is almost as good.
Making a DM note to like try to like say like, okay, there's got to be something that somewhat resembles the idea of like someone who would be the one that does the most knot tying would be your job on the boat. But yeah,
I'm
absolutely. Okay,
sure,
cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in like ships it's just like a common skill to have, but
I think it is too. But I'm trying to like think of like what would be if you, let's say, a time from now you had to board a ship, what would you say your skill is on this? Which I think Titian would say tying knots, but above board, what would it be? Making a note. Making
It'd be
a
something to
note.
do with rigging, probably.
Yeah, I figured. Cool. Titian, give me a sleight of hand check. You say you could do it up to 4 times if you'd like.
I feel like at some point we start to run out of rope, and so then people have to start going around and secretly untying knots, so Titian still has rope to knot.
And thankfully the knots aren't that good, so it's pretty easy to untie.
Well, we'll see how good they are.
They're just
Love it.
what you'll notice is the very thin ones are just like bunny ear knots, and then like the very thick ropes are just like single knots. That's really all it is, because no one's showing them how to knot. So
well, I thought at one point it was established that a demon was teaching you how to tie the knots. Is that not true?
Oh
No, I very much was like, here's a knot we need. So he's probably picked up.
Okay.
He wants to pick up.
okay.
If that's honestly
I
like
picked up
truly,
from
if that's not true, then don't roll. Honestly, but it's up to you. If you want to gain a skill from this, you can.
No, I absolutely. I think it's one of those situations where like a demon's taught Titian like maybe 2 knots, so therefore Titian's every knot that he ties is those 2 knots. Like he doesn't.
It's one of those 2.
Think about use. Yes, one of those 2. So you said
Love
4
it.
times.
4 times, yeah.
Yeah. So the first one is a 2.
Okay.
Second one is a 16.
Cool.
Oh, sorry. First one's a 4. Actually, first one's a 4. Second one is a 18 because you said sleight of hand, correct?
Okay. So I'll tell you pass or fail. So fail, pass.
Okay. Third one is a 14. And fourth one is
Pass.
a 15.
Pass. Cool. Awesome. So did you? So this is for everybody. A couple of sessions ago, I had you guys make a kind of like a slash mark or make a notation if you managed to succeed on a skill check. Titian, did you manage to succeed on a previous skill check with that involving the ship stuff?
I don't think I did.
I don't think you did either,
I don't think I did.
if I recall.
Pretty sure I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
I
you
don't have
got
a slot.
3, correct?
Yes.
Awesome. I will. My plan is this week to be able to give you like something like specific that you would say that you are able to do on a ship, but you now have proficiency in working on a ship. Things involving that. Every time you're rolling I'm going to say this. Every time you're rolling a sleight of hand to tie a specific knot, I assume you do not have proficiency in sleight of hand.
No, it's just supposed to.
You would if for involving something like that. But specifically on a boat, you have now become a useful person to have on the boat. How that happens realistically is not for me to decide. But it does happen. You manage to mechanically score, so roleplay wise, it would figure out somehow. Cool. Awesome.
Love it.
Fantastic. So over the next course of the 4 days, you're focusing on that and just getting progressively better and better at it, to the point that I think eventually, you know, Kofi happens to like walk by somewhere around like the last day you're at, the last full day you're at sea, and just kind of you get all you get from Kofi is a I just walk away. Cool. Anyone else? So this is just for skill check stuff. We're kind of getting that out of the way first.
I would probably keep continuing what I was doing, which was looking for things that need fixed in between my skills and the mending spell fixing things.
Okay, cool. I'm going to handle Aaron just because, Aaron, I know you were just about to say something here. So let's do that first, but thank you.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just going to keep cooking.
Yeah,
With
absolutely.
my great food and water.
Cool. For the record, you don't have proficiency in like cooking supplies or whatever. It's
No.
marked on deity, right? Cool. Awesome. Yeah. Do you? Let's go ahead and make those rolls. So for cooking, I don't think it's necessarily sleight of hand. It could be. You tell me what you want to roll for this. I could see it being survival. I could see it being perception involving the idea of like smells and things like that.
I will happily do perception or survival because they're the same bonus. So.
Cool. Yeah. You. I would say usually I ask specifically which one you're rolling. In this case, they're going to kind of work the same way. So.
Okay.
So yeah, go ahead and do that.
So the first one is a...
Actually, let's make it fun. You tell me, and you can flip-flop however you want, but you tell me what you're rolling was, so I can give you a response on that.
I think perception for all of them, so you can like test the food, see what sounds good, stuff, you know. So the first one is a 11.
Okay, that's a fail.
The second one is a 16.
That's a save. Pass.
The third one is a 18.
Pass.
And the fourth one is a 24.
Ooh, pass. Okay, awesome. So regardless of whether you got the first one or not, you passed 3 of them. You now have proficiency with the cooking tools, whatever the relevancy of that. And what I would say is that as long as you are as long as the ship is in your, we'll say, like, vicinity, there's a possibility that at a certain point you guys might own this. You would own the supplies, and you can take the supplies with you off the ship.
Oh, okay.
So not only would you have the proficiency in that, you would also have the supplies needed for that. Awesome. Very cool. So go ahead and add that proficiency on. So Bix, you're working on repairing the ship. Let me see just real quick. What do I need to be aware of here? Yeah. So I think in that realm, there's a lot of different roles you can make. I think anything involving intelligence, like raw intelligence, makes sense. So investigation stuff would be fun.
Yeah, last time we used investigation.
Absolutely, yeah.
So 4 times?
Yep, 4 times.
20.
Pass.
21.
Pass.
19.
Pass.
And 20 even.
Pass. Yeah, they all pass. Awesome.
That gives me 5 tallies.
Fantastic. Cool. With 5 tallies, you are able to anything involving working on a ship, because at a certain point in the later, like, sort of realms of those days, you've gotten so used to being able to be aware of what could be wrong. I think what happens is you start to kind of create a list of what to check through, and on the last day, you automatically sort of succeed because everything is fixed. Everything is actually working better than it has before you got on the ship. Kofi definitely takes note of that and just is impressed. Like overall, just kind of comes up to you and just goes, "This is your first time on a ship?"
This is indeed my first time on a ship. However, it's not the first time that I've been fixing things my entire life.
Oh, makes sense. It would. I would assume you to be a sailor immediately with these things that you fix. So, thank you very much. I am. Well, it looks good.
Thank you.
And you see him walk off. Very nice. So for this, I'm gonna see exactly what I'm able to do with y'all. This is something I haven't messed with too much.
I was wondering if I could just get woodcarver's tools as a proficiency.
100%. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I think. Yeah, so Aaron, you'd have proficiency with cook's utensils. I would say woodcarvers and carpenter's tools. I'm good with you having both because you rolled straight 5 both times. If you don't have those already. Yeah, cool. All right, moving on. So we have Grian, Ianthe, and Adine left.
Green would probably keep doing what he was doing before, just like in the crow's nest, helping to move the sails around, that kind of stuff.
Cool, awesome. So I would say in that realm, I would say it's probably perception. It could also be athletics because a lot of times do you think you're navigating or more just quickly like accessing the boom arm to be able to move to be able to kind of switch directions in the boat?
Probably. I mean, I say for like navigation, he probably has like 0 idea where he's going. Like it's all just open water. So it's probably
this could be something that you get a lot because remember it's 4 days. So this could be something that like Kofi kind of like Kofi and Adine honestly like help you with too. So it's not really necessarily what you could do. It's what do you think your character would be interested in possibly attaining.
It's probably like moving the sails around, like being readily available to like help move those a little bit faster, make swifter movements.
You got it. Absolutely cool. I will say that in that regard, it is an athletics check here.
Okay. And you said roll 4?
Yes.
The first one is a 15.
That's a pass.
The next one is a 17.
Pass.
Oh, the next one's a nat 1.
That's a fail.
And then another 15.
15. Cool. Awesome. Great. So I think that third night, you break something. Thankfully, we have Bixaldan, who has had a little bit of time on his hands from not having to fix things, as they've already been fixed. He's able to quickly kind of reset the problem, or reset the rigging to be able to be totally fine. And I would say it's really like, I think it happens so fast that it's up to you, but I don't think Kofi even notices. But that's up to you. Sweet. Cool. So at the end of that, because you are working on what is the... There's like... Tool languages that... Let me check for you. Because you said specifically you're not really navigating, so I wouldn't say it's like navigator's tools or anything like that.
Proficiency in athletics.
That would be very nice. No.
Would know. Maybe if I got a perfect, but I didn't get perfect.
Yeah. We would have that. We would have a roll for that if you got perfect, I think. I think okay. So here's what I do think. I think the time that you've gone through in understanding how to maneuver things in the boat and quickly sort of access things. There's a certain point where Kofi or Adim has asked you repeatedly, what does it say on this dial? What does what does the compass say? Things like that. So I am going to say you do get proficiency in navigator's tools here.
Awesome.
Yeah. Nice.
Cool.
All right. Let's do Adim last. Let's have Ianthe next.
I would, based on like when Adim needs me to, I would continue like to dive under the ship and like make sure it's all cleaned off and like sailing smoothly. I'll continue to like make sure that the deck is cleaned, but maybe putting a little bit more effort in now because I feel bad about ignoring Kofi and like not contributing before.
Okay.
But then I also wanted to, and this is not like a ship work thing, but I wanted to work on, once the water wings are done, I want to work on teaching Alyssa how to swim.
Okay. That is something I can work with for sure. Sweet. Okay. So this is kind of a little bit of you're doing what is necessary on the ship, but that's not a skill that you're developing necessarily. I'm
contributing and helping, but not like trying to learn anything new or anything.
You got it. Cool. Awesome. So I will say, I believe these are performance checks, as the big important thing, the helpful thing on the boat to do is to make sure that everybody who needs to learn how to swim can swim. So you're teaching probably not only Alyssa, but also Bixaldan.
If he wants to.
If he wants to.
I think if I got time, I would probably do it because Alyssa was doing it, so I could be a brave face.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
As I'm screaming.
I was gonna say, I just imagine that has the opposite effect.
Oh yeah.
Can I say for like whenever they're doing their thing, like I'll lend the water breathing necklace to whoever's being taught how to swim, just to avoid drowning.
Do you? Okay, but hold on. No. Do you give it to Alyssa or Bix?
Whoever's being taught at the time.
Who do you give it to? It's going to happen at the same time.
Oh,
yeah, God. I'm teaching them together.
Oh, Jesus. I'll give it to Alyssa.
Of course.
She has the drowning.
Yeah. Sorry, Bix.
Yeah. Awesome. Bix, at a certain point, you do wonder, like why... Why is she seem so much cooler than I am on doing this? And then you happen to notice that she's wearing it.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. These are performance checks. You're instructing.
I just want to say, because I also used to teach swimming lessons, and I really discourage the use of goggles because, like, you get too reliant on them. And I feel like if I saw the necklace, I'd be like, "Take it off. You're going to rely on it."
Off. Yeah, well, and also, like, I think Adim is also helping you with this too, so I imagine Adim would be the same thing. Like, okay, one thing you could do is
You're
like
never gonna learn properly.
Yeah, like the second to last day, you maybe hide the water breathing thing, and like you don't need it, like that sort of thing.
We're gonna learn how to blow bubbles today. Yeah, for sure. You said performance. How many?
4.
4 of them. Okay, here we go. 4. Who's not rolling like garbage? Let's do a watery one. First one is a 25.
Nice. Pass.
Second one is a 13.
Pass.
Third one is a 19. Fourth one fell on the floor.
Pass.
Fourth one is a 23.
Pass. Yeah. And I think on the first day we didn't have you roll one because you were like, I'm truly not like I'm helping, but it's such a yeah. That's fair. Fantastic. Cool. So here's what I will say. This is not something that is on the sheet, so feel free to kind of put it in sort of a custom thing where you have it. But you are, I'm going to say, because most of the stuff that you're going to be doing involving anything that you are doing in regards to directing children, you were able to add your proficiency bonus.
She just got proficiency in babysitting.
You were proficiency in babysitting. If you,
I don't know what it is, but thanks to my high rolls, I'm great with animals and I'm great with kids.
I'll say, this actually goes for everybody too. If that is causing a roll where you're already proficient in something, you would have expertise on that. So you just add your proficiency bonus on top of that again. So I think it comes to, I would mark it down as like, I'm like proficiency in talking to children. But I would say some things might warrant like asking the DM, like, does this apply? But yeah, sure. Cool. Awesome. That's really fun. I love that. Okay. Adim.
I don't know that I'm doing anything special. I'm still trying to be first mate guy, trying to guide all the rest of them into what would be helpful without being too pushy or angry.
You got it.
I was already going to say I was going to help Ianthe clean the rest of the ship, under the water, but she's already said that. So I don't think I'm doing too much else that would get me any skills that I don't already have.
Right. Yeah. I'm with you. I know what to do. So please roll performance checks, as I think most of what you're doing as first mate is delegating and trying to kind of like, you're doing all the things that people like that people are bad at on this ship, but you're also trying to kind of help and teach as much as possible on this. So they are performance checks. You are going to be adding your proficiency bonus to all of these already.
Which is what?
It would be +3 on your sheet.
Oh, plus 3. So plus 3 more. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So whatever I roll +3. Oh, that's not going to be. That's a 7. That's a fail.
Yeah. Because I don't think it's going to automatically add your proficiency.
I'm adding the 3, and that was
okay. Cool. Yeah. So first
10 and 11. Probably not good.
That fails as well.
Apparently, I'm not going to do anything today. 6 and 15. Last one's a 15. Okay. So Stoic is not a very good teacher.
Did you have a previous one, for the record?
I did. I had one previous one.
You had one previous one. Good. All right. That's all I needed. Okay. I am going to. We'll see how this goes today. If there's not a way for me to bring this up today, I won't bring it up. But I will message you privately on what you gain from this. Okay. Yeah, we'll see if it comes up.
Okay.
Sweet. Okay, so now at this point, it will say no matter what you guys are working on and talking about and what we'll role play into this, if we don't get to that 10:30 mark, we are going to probably take our 10-minute break anyways to be able to kind of transition out into that new sort of setting that we'd be in. But over the next 4 days, what are you guys doing? So this is outside of work, right? So you're working, you're doing all the stuff that you're supposed to be doing and yada, yada, yada. This is including like, is there a conversation you want to have? Is there something specific that we may need to roll for? Even things where you just want to say, this is what I would be doing, even if you think there's no role or thing applied to it. I'm gonna say we're gonna allow everybody to pop up and say whatever you want, and then we're gonna start naming people if we're silent.
Two things I would like to do. One is see if I can harvest the spine of the Ixochitl. Let's make this a conditional 2 things I want to do. And if I am able to do that, I want to try to make the device.
Okay, cool.
And if I am not able to, I want to try to start fashioning a wand for Alyssa to use as a focus.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that. Awesome. Okay, so that's a bunch of fun rolls. So first things first, I need a medicine check. DC is gonna be 15 for this.
Okay.
The goal is to be able to get this get the spine out, but keep it intact.
I will use my flash of genius, remembering the drawing to give myself +5, which will give me a 15.
That'll get you to 15. I love that. Awesome. Cool. You're able to pull that whole spine out, and you're able to see it like kind of just like the cartilage and everything is kind of stuck together into this space that you imagine will probably wear with time unless you're able to magically enhance it. Then you flip to the book and you just start working.
Yeah.
Awesome. In this case, I would like you to roll me. We'll say it's going to take a day to be able to preserve and clean and make sure that's ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
You have, excuse me, you have 3 chances at being able to develop this weapon before you dock.
Okay.
As it'll be 3 separate days. So this will be I'm going to say it's an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see. Let me make this. This is your wheelhouse in a lot of ways, but I also want to make sure. Oh yeah, Bixaldan is the only one that's not on my stupid thing. One second. That's the wrong one, I think. Yes, that's the right one. Okay, cool. All right. So it is a DC 25.
And I have 3 chances to hit it.
You have 3 chances to hit.
Okay. So chance number 1. 29.
All right. Awesome. So second day at sea, you're able to fashion this thing. What I will say is this thing is pretty powerful as a whip. I will give you kind of stats most likely next week.
Sure.
On this. One thing I'm going to note here is that Bixaldan. Actually, I'm going to do this. Give me an insight check.
Because I didn't necessarily say I'm going to be the one using it either.
Sure.
Because I have somebody else in mind.
I love that.
Insight 30.
Okay, cool. With a 30 on your insight, you are aware, while this thing seems to be really powerful, in a way that, as an artificer, you're not 100% sure on it, because to be able to be 100% sure, you'd have to use it on a subject.
Mm-hmm.
But with a 30, you recognize that it is not really safe to use on any subject of your friends, even with their permission, as you feel like there is something that is unnecessarily there's a torturous part of this device. It is not built by hands of anyone who is wanting to give a quick death.
Mm-hmm.
And you're only aware of that after you build it.
Right. Got it.
That was your second day, so I will say you do have 2 more days to be able to kind of like build that wand for Alyssa.
Oh yeah, I'll fashion a wand.
Yeah, and I think with this there's a. Do you think there's specific materials you're using? Do you have an idea of what this would look like in your head?
I would probably it would probably, like I said, I have wood carving tools now because of my book work.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have like a straight design. It would probably have some. I'm picturing like a spiral type thing, and then once I get something I like, I'm going to take it and I'm going to take the pendant I have, or the amulet, and make it as young as I can.
Cool. I love that. Awesome. Yeah, you make it look like fresh wood, as if the wood had just naturally grown into this shape. As far as like materials inside of it, like the idea of like it's a focus, so it can't just be wood. What about this is? Are you using some sort of component that you would find in your pouch?
I'm gonna drop one of my infusions.
Oh,
and I'm gonna make
okay.
this enhanced arcane focus.
Sweet.
I'm gonna drop my repulsion shield and do that.
You got it. Cool. Okay. Give me an investigation check. DC 20.
Investigation DC 21.
21. One thing that you do know that you need to be able to complete this, especially in making this an enhanced arcane focus, you need something that is able to be infused into this piece of wood. Something from a magical creature of sorts. And what you choose, what or whom you choose, may cause some effect. So something we didn't say like above board, like I think this could be a hair. This could be, like something like that. That is. Like,
I was gonna see if I could get shedding fur from Danzig.
There you go. I love that. Fantastic. Cool. I think over the next couple days, we'll do this. So give me an animal handling check with advantage. Give me an animal handling check for day 1.
Am I going to have multiple chances at this?
Yes, this is day 1.
Okay.
Sorry, this is day 3 technically. Cool. 9, you take like 20 points of damage as Danzig feels you kind of like pulling at his fur, immediately turns and mauls you right in the face. Ianthe comes bursting into the room. What happened? What's going on? Danzig gets in a huge amount of trouble, and you like bust out, and you're like, okay, so that's not gonna work. What do you do? What do you do the second night? Do you try anything fancy here as far as
yes, I turn myself. Well, that's not. I don't know Danzig yet, so right. I'm going to turn invisible.
Okay. Awesome.
I totally see this montage of just like Bix trying just like different methods.
Yeah. Cool. Give me a stealth check.
Okay, I have skill in stealth. I'm gonna flashy genius myself and make it 16.
Okay, cool. I rolled a 16. The second night you go in invisible, and you're like, fucker can't see me this way, and you immediately see Danzig once again, same thing, get up, immediately start growling and back you into a corner. Doesn't maul your face because he got into a huge amount of trouble when he did that last time, but is in your face as the invisibility just drops. As you now learn that a certain head of Danzig has true sight.
So on night 3,
it's incredible.
Night 3, I'm going to waste a second level spell trying to get dog hair. So, was there any dog hair left from when he attacked me on me?
I'm going to say no. No, there wasn't.
Okay. I'm going to look for hair on the floor. And I'm going to vortex warp dog hair into my hand.
Okay. I hate to make this a pain in the butt, but I do think we do have a couple people on board that are good at cleaning. Okay. But you do happen to be able to find one spot where there is a Danzig hair.
I picture him being nervous and shedding like insanely. So you're never going to be able to keep it clean.
Right, yeah. Well,
Are Cerberus hypoallergenic or not? Like, I don't understand.
They're not. Yeah, they're not hypoallergenic. They shed like crazy. They're a big dog. It would be great to have a big dog that's hypoallergenic, and they very
All
few.
right, canonically, Ianthe is sneezing constantly. Then.
Absolutely, I love that. Yeah. Okay. So that last night you're able to get the. I'm gonna say Ianthe, give me a D20 roll, and Grian, because Grian, you often come in here. Both of you guys give me a luck check.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Bixaldan ever explains what he's doing.
18.
18. Okay.
I got a 15.
So both of you guys happen to walk in the room at the same time as you see Bixaldan just like kind of like holding something. You can't see anything in his hand. He's just standing in the room as I think both of you went to take like Danzig out. So Danzig is like at your feet, like you're like holding him back. As you see just Bixaldan in the room.
Why are you in my room?
I dropped something.
Why were you in my room before? To drop something.
I'm very clumsy.
Why were you in my room?
Okay, I can tell you this. I am making something to help Alyssa with controlling her magic, and I needed something from a magical animal.
Oh. You could have just asked.
Yeah, we could have.
Alyssa comes pushing through the room. You making something for me?
You're making you a present.
What is it?
And it's not finished yet, and I'll probably have it on me and show her the wand. It's not finished yet, but this should help you with your control.
How?
We'll teach you how to use it.
Okay.
Sometimes it's good to have something to focus on.
Yeah. Normally I just focus on my hands because they're exploding.
Right. Maybe this will be something to not explode. Maybe if you like it, you'll want to not explode it.
Was that why Danzig attacked your face a couple days ago?
Yes, I also have a poor communication skills.
You see like just stitches right like on the side of his face. Oh. Okay.
Keeping secrets is not a good idea, and sometimes I just forget to tell people what I'm thinking.
Surprises are okay. Secrets, not so much.
This was going to be a surprise. Surprise.
Okay.
See?
Yay! I'm gonna act surprised when it's done.
Okay.
Great.
Perfect.
Okay.
Can everyone not be in my room now? Because I was hoping to like take a nap.
Okay. Sheesh. Pets Danzig, who just like fully just kind of like leans into it and just and then just walks off. Amazing.
That's
so
all I
good.
got.
That was great. Awesome. Anybody else? What are you guys doing over the next 4 days?
I wanted to go find Aaron.
Okay.
To tell them a secret.
You got it. How long do you wait?
They're telling Alyssa secrets are bad.
Yeah. Is this after or before?
Whenever. It really doesn't have anything. I mean, kind of. Whenever.
Okay.
Before, I guess.
This whole scene happened, I think, on day 3. So it would have been the second to last full day you guys were at sea. This whole thing with Danzig. So yeah. So if you say you want to handle it, maybe the night that whole thing happened with Alyssa, we could say that, or later. It's up to you.
Yeah, I would say throughout the days, I'm really keeping an eye on her and watching her eyes.
Watching Alyssa's eyes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Not like in a staring way, but just like subtly checking on them, like while we're swimming, like just keeping an eye.
Okay. What are you looking at?
Nothing. Just, I love your hair like it is. You're so sweet.
Wet?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of salt in this water. It tastes bad.
I know. You're not supposed to drink it.
You're not
Whoever that
supposed to
fisherman
drink
was-
it?
You are absolutely not supposed to drink the salt water.
Wait, hold
Whoever
on.
that
I've been
fisherman
here for
told
2
you
days.
to
You just
swallow
told me now that I'm not supposed to drink it? I think that
I told
trails
you
off.
days ago not to.
Yeah.
But here we are.
So that night, you said you want to talk to Aaron, right? So that night,
Yep.
that night, where do we find Aaron? Where is Aaron?
When I'm not like cooking, I'll probably just be on top of the deck, taking in the peaceful view, and especially at night when it's super dark, just watching the moon and stuff like that. So probably on deck if I'm not in the kitchen.
You got it. Occasionally, you over the past couple nights, if you're standing out and you're alone, there's certain points where you are hearing the sound of a raven.
And it's
You
not
don't see
mine.
it anywhere. It's not yours. Looking over at yours, you see it just kind of like staring at you, the blue eyes just kind of blinking. It does seem to move its head in reaction to the sound. But this particular night, you're hearing it, and then all of a sudden it stops when Ianthe shows up.
The raven hates me.
Hello.
Hi. Can I talk to you about something? And
Yeah,
can it stay between us for now?
definitely.
I definitely don't want anyone to know, and I really don't want Bix to know because I don't want him to worry. I'm a little concerned about Alyssa. Do you remember when we first met and you were able to remove that curse from my hand?
Yeah.
Would it be possible to remove a much bigger curse? Like, say, someone else living inside your mind?
I don't know if that's a curse per se, but it's always worth a shot. I mean, magically, people can worm their way into anyone's minds without it being a curse.
I read Alyssa's mind the other day. She was acting strange, and I wanted to make sure that she was all right. So I did a little bit of reading, and there was another voice, one that is absolutely not hers. And I forgot to ask, but would I have put together that voice was tall?
No, there's no reason. Well, I mean, you've heard a voice before in that realm, like you heard that whole speech.
Right.
I guess we could have it be. Let's roll for it. Roll me.
Okay, I'm
a
wondering.
Perception check.
I'm wondering if I would able to be put together because if I remember correctly, the sky turned pink during the voice, and her eyes turned pink.
Yeah, that is warranting a check. The counterpoint to that would be like it was a simple sentence. This was a span of time after this. There's some other
I would say Ianthe likes pink, so I feel like she would have remembered. Like, oh, that's a nice shade of. Wait a second.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Cool. Let's say give me a perception check.
$16.
16. You're not sure.
Okay.
But it's It's worth mentioning.
Yeah. I mean, the voice was weird, regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. There was a voice that I heard in her mind that was absolutely not Alyssa. It was deep, and it seemed like an adult male. It was very dark.
What did it say?
It's there. It said something about the shackles, and you've put them on. Remember the shackles, you put them on.
I might be able to try something. At least to get an answer for us.
Okay, I don't know if she knows that it's there, so I didn't ask anything. I don't want to frighten her, and I don't want to bring out whatever is inside of her more than... I don't know what it is, and I'm scared, and you're the only person I know who might know anything about this.
Sit with me for a moment. And then I'm going to cast Divination. And ask, will this voice in Alyssa's head control her within the next 7 days? Just to see if it's something that's taking control of her.
Mm. While I'm thinking about this, how do you ask this? You do have your raven next to you. Do you ask this to the raven? Do you?
I think so. I'll sit with Ianthe next to me and take the raven and kind of hold it and look into its eyes and ask as if I'm talking to the raven.
Hmm. Well, first things first. You do need to have something sacrificial here.
Oh shit! I read the incense, which I have. Sacrificial.
I could summon a fish.
Oh, I'll draw my own blood. So I'll make a cut in my hand to draw my own blood to sacrifice.
Okay.
Some HP.
If you were trying to do this, okay. I'll say, in case this happens again, you need to, for it to be 25 gold pieces worth, I'm going to say it has to be at least, it would have to be equal to a D12 roll. Which okay. I rolled already, so you're good. I rolled, yeah. So you take 7 points of piercing damage as you kind of like cut into your hand. Ianthe, you notice like in this case the in this case when this happens, you see the blood that is in Erin's hand. She cuts her hand. Seems to start to kind of like pour, but then stops before it touches the deck, and you see it start to kind of pull out of her hand. Erin, you feel a sense of like, if you are offering this as a sacrifice, you're going to need to give me more than this, and you feel the blood start to kind of pull out, and you feel woozy, like dizzy for a second from the effect. And you see it just becomes like a circle on the deck, and you see the your raven sitting in it, kind of just looking up at you. it blinks, and I say it just blinks one eye, and that one eye turns black. And then goes back to blue. It does it again. And you get the feeling that it is trying to give you an answer. With the left eye, eventually you figure out that answer means no, or unlikely would be probably the specific answer here.
I don't think it's trying to control her. So I don't know if it's... I don't know, that doesn't make me think it's a curse. So much as... Such as when Grinchelli had me under contract and was just directing me. I think there's someone just speaking to her. And I think we need to find out who that is.
Okay. That's a bit of a relief, I suppose. I suppose it warrants a bunch of research, but there's really not much we can do on a boat.
Unfortunately.
Do you think we should try to talk to Alyssa about this?
Perhaps not on the boat. In case it's a touchy subject. Perhaps when we're in remote dry land.
I have an idea. I might see if Ewolf knows something.
Likely. They have spent time together. He at least knows her sister.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I know who I'd really like to ask about this would be my sister, but Ewolf. Okay. This was really creepy, by the way. I'm sorry to tell you, but this was really creepy. Go away.
It's okay. He means you no harm.
Pull its wings back, like it does the goose thing of like, what?
I'll just like pet his head and be like, he means you no harm.
I'll like chews on your hand, like. I think it may take until this moment that you recognize that this raven has Aaron's eyes.
I feel like when she was watching it blink, she was like, "Wait a second."
Yeah. It might have taken you that long to kind of catch that. Like,
ask a creepy person a creepy question, you're gonna get a creepy answer. Good to know. All right.
Off.
You having fun on the boat? I haven't seen much of you. You've been cooking away.
Yeah. Enjoying the peace and quiet for a while. I don't know how much more we'll get, once we get back into the city.
Yeah, probably none. Might have been peaceful for you. I've had Tushian yelling at me about knots for 3 days. I tried to help him, and he just told me I was doing it wrong and made me go away.
First mistake, making yourself available to help. If you ever need to hide, come to the kitchen. We have a whole storeroom where no one will know that you're there.
Oh my god, I should have thought of that before! Oh. Alright. I'll probably do that. I can only swab the deck and clean barnacles for so many more days.
Doesn't look like an ideal job, so...
No. Okay. I've got to go walk the dog and feed the dog, but thank you for your help. Again, don't tell anyone. I don't want to raise alarms before we have to. I want to know more
completely
before
understand.
I start warning people.
No worries.
Good night.
Hey, Tishian.
Why do you think I didn't go to him first?
Yeah. So one thing I want, because this is still on Ianthe's Ianthe's boat. This is still on Ianthe's time. But one thing, Aaron, that you do see is your raven, which, by the way, needs a name. You see him fly off, circles around, comes back, lands on your shoulder. Give me a religion check.
That is a 26.
Okay. With a 26, first thing you recognize is that Ianthe just walked off and said, just keep it between us. And you see the raven kind of looking at you, head cocked to the side. And you know that this conversation that just happened was not just between you two. You also feel I'm going to say this. What you see in front of you is a message that seems to be wrapped up on the talon of this raven. That you see, just seem to come back with it. I assume you unwrap it and look at it.
Yes.
It simply says, I am in need of your assistance involving an intruder on my plane. Please reach back to me.
I will write on the note, at your service. How do I reach you? And send it off with the bird.
Goes up.
Whose name is Munin, by the way.
What is it? One more time.
Munin. Munn.
Munin. Love it. So you see Munin just flies off. And you wait for an answer. In the meantime, Ianthe, anything else you want to do over the next couple? Or you mentioned you wanted to talk to Ewolf, so you could if you'd like.
I did want to go talk to Ewolf.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I'm jotting down some notes. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, you find Ewolf up in the crow's nest.
He's all the way up there.
Probably that night. I mean, you could probably interrupt him, in between, deck stuff. But you know that he likes to frequent there, but also likes to eat. So,
I would, if I find him up in the crow's nest, I'd probably do telepathy or a message or something, and be like, "Hey, when you're back down on normal levels, it's me. Look down here."
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Jesus, you gotta warp. I'll be right down. You see him kind of come down.
I'm not going up there.
Yeah, you see him come
You
down.
have to come to me.
Kind of goes halfway. Just says, what?
I need to talk to you about something, but I'm not going to shout it while you're halfway up a pole.
I'm on duty right now. I'm trying to. I need
why I was
look out
messaging
for.
you and telling you, come find me when you have a moment. And you're on a normal level, not way up in the sky.
Well, now I'm halfway. I'll just come down. You see him come all the way down. Okay. Yeah. What can I do for you? I haven't been in your room, just for the record.
Mm-hmm.
I
thought
heard
maybe you would have gone in mine as like, since I sort of snuck in yours.
Right. Yeah. I've heard you yelling at people to not be in your room. I thought that was what the conversation was. I'm just saying I haven't been in your room.
Well, I appreciate that. We're gonna go in your room.
All right. It's kind of messy. Just FYI, and you see him. We go now. We cut to the room where it's just stinky. Single dude
I
stinky.
share a room with a dog. It's fine. Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah.
There's been worse.
Hold on one second, and you see him he kind of closes some drawers in his desk. And all right. Yeah.
It's kind of serious.
Okay.
I have to tell you something, and I need you to save any follow-up questions for when I am done.
Okay.
Okay. The other day, when I got Alyssa out of the water, her eyes turned pink, and I read her mind, and I heard a voice in her mind that seemed like an adult man saying, "Remember the shackles, you put them on." And I don't know what it means, and I don't know who that person is, and I don't even know if she knows that there's a voice in her head. And I don't know what to do about it, and I don't know who to talk to about it, but you've known her for longer than I have, so I was hoping maybe you knew something. Or something.
How
That was a
long
lot.
have
I
you...
just needed to get it all out.
No, that's okay. Yeah, that is pretty scary. Not the scariest thing I've seen from Melissa. I saw her one time blow up a cat, so
Oh.
it survived.
I hope he makes a mental note to make sure that Danzig is always supervised with her.
Yeah. She felt really bad about it, and that's kind of...
Oh, I'm sure she did. She's very sweet, just volatile.
Yeah. I don't know anything about actually, he's going to roll an insight check on you. You said you heard a voice, and it sounded like an adult. Is that...
Yes.
And it said those
No, it
things.
was not.
Is that anything else?
That's all I heard.
Okay.
It was definitely not her voice. And it scared me. And I don't know what to do.
Well, you're obviously, because of the... Just talking in my head, you're more of an expert than I am here, but strange things happen around Alyssa all the time. Maybe there was... I don't know. Maybe there was someone who was using her powers from far away to talk to someone else. There was Eliane always had a interesting relationship with her younger sister. Eliane worked very hard to get where she is, and she's very smart in her way, but she had to work for it, and there's a significant age difference between both of them, and I think that might have made it worse. As Alyssa, Eliane told me at one point that she was working on something, working on trying to turn herself into a bird, to try to fly away. For just to be able to do it. And the next day, Alyssa was on the roof. There would be things that, and there was a lot of stories like that where Eliane would be trying to learn how to do something, and the next day, Alyssa would show that she had the ability to just do it. And that caused a lot of feelings between... Well, I mean, Alyssa was pretty young at the time, but, she definitely didn't help, being the younger sister that could do everything that her older sister wanted to do. Obviously, you can imagine, she wasn't very kind in... how, I mean, you've seen her long enough. She's, she can get she's a little kid. She was just acting like a little kid. And one thing I do know is that I don't know anything about magic. I hardly know how this thing works. There is nothing that I imagined I could even think of as Eliane or Bixaldan or Korean or Aaron or Tishian or any of you magical folks. There's nothing that I can think of that you can do that she couldn't possibly just figure out. Consistency's always been the issue, being able to control it. But truly, in a realm of understanding that there's a limit for everyone's power, it doesn't seem like Alyssa plays by those rules. I know this isn't really the answer you were looking for, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that it could be a million things. And it is concerning, of course. It is, dangerous. And I would say, you said it was like a man's voice?
Sounded like it, yes.
Did it sound familiar?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, she's dangerous in more ways than one. But I imagine that if I was someone who is extremely powerful and in more ways than one, I would be looking for ways to continue to gain power. So there's always a possibility that something's after. Something that something that you might not be able to stop.
That's what I was afraid of. I don't know what the opposite of reassuring is, but this has very much been that. So thank you.
I know. I'm sorry. I trust me. there was a point where Eliane wanted to go far away from this whole scene. And for many reasons, I was excited to go with her, but one of them was because it's a lot of responsibility. The more I think you know what Alyssa is capable of, the more likely she's a weapon for something bigger. Or she could save us all. Who knows?
Well, and that's what I'm hoping. I want to keep her out of the hands that will almost certainly turn her into a weapon. Hopefully push her into someone that can help her save us all.
Have you given any more thought about... I imagine... I don't remember exactly how this exchanged hands, but I imagine E-Wolf has been given the information of Massetti from the
Okay.
note. But I mean, you could tell him no. You could say no. I did not give that to him.
I don't think I have anything about Massetti. I don't think Ianthe knows anything about it, other than is aware.
One of you was given a note from Lady Lavelia that said Massetti on it.
Oh, who had that?
That was me, but after Tishian asked to drop it, I wouldn't have brought it up anymore.
Okay, fair enough. Got it. Cool. So in that case, we'll say, have you thought about... Are you just going to bring her everywhere you go? Have you...
I have a couple of ideas of people that I think could teach her very well and could help her. I don't know how willing they would be, but I don't know where to put her in the meantime, and it's sort of the unknown is worse, so I'd rather have her by my side so I know what she's doing. You know?
Yeah. Well, and maybe, this would be a conversation we'd have to have the little green guy with, too. Seems to have taken a shine to her.
Well, sorry, I probably should have said this beforehand. Please don't tell anyone what we talked about. I don't want to frighten anyone. I really don't want to alarm Bix. Just between us.
Sure. It's very easy to assume that you don't know anything with the personality that I convey. It gives you a big, this. Roll me an insight check.
I can just read.
Or you can
I'll
read
do
his
the
thoughts.
insight
I'm
check.
cool with that either.
I'm like, do I want to read his thoughts? I'll read his thoughts.
Okay, you read his thoughts.
I just feel like with a wink that big, she's like, I don't have to try that hard.
No, not at all. He thinks... Okay, so in the realm of... so I believe... I don't have a sheet in front of me, but he has a -1 to intelligence. And has been probably life has told him he has a -1 to intelligence, right? So... So there's a certain point that I think if you are in that realm, there's a part of you that can pretend that you can turn that on and off. You know what I mean? There's a what am I trying to say? If you are normally not quick on the uptake, then no one would assume that you're quick on the uptake.
Okay.
Does that make sense? But it's also kind of trying to convince you unsuccessfully, unless you wanted to pretend that Ianthe was taking it a different way. I would say unsuccessfully of it's mostly a game. I'm actually a lot smarter than I seem. And if you would like to dive deeper, you would immediately find that is not the case.
I think that's she's like, is that what he's trying to I'm just gonna read his mind and see for sure what's going on. Oh, okay, I was right.
Yeah. So, don't tell anyone.
No.
And I won't tell anyone.
Great. No one. Well, as always, Ewolf, it was a pleasure talking to you, and not at all horrifying and grim. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just, man, do I want to do this now or do I want to do this later? No, okay, I'll do this now. Just so you know, we're friends, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we're friends, right?
Yes.
You're my friend, and I'm your friend.
Yes.
And I like how good of friends we are. Do you get what I'm saying? I just got out of a really bad relationship first off. So that's kind of one of the big things that I just and there's still some stuff there. But I think it's good to have friends that are like platonic friends, right?
Gosh, Ewolf, you read me so well. You are so insightful.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to. I hope are you okay?
I think, I'll be fine. I'll be all right.
Okay.
And I turn to leave, and I'm like giggling.
Yeah. You hear it like as you go. I'm really sorry I yelled at you earlier.
No, I just need a minute.
Okay, so here's something that's kind of funny on this. Give me a performance check.
Okay. Plus a billion. Come on. 24.
24. Cool. Ianthe, you notice over the next couple days that Ewolf seems to be in a better mood. Not, like he'll give you like a lot of like apologetic smiles if he catches you looking at him like, how you doing? You okay? Like that sort of look. But you do catch that like even like he doesn't know that you're really even like looking at him, and you notice that he is positively in a better mood. Go ahead and roll an insight check if you would like.
We'll do that.
And you would be the only one that would be able to get this.
Okay. Oh, it's a natural 20.
Okay. Natural 20. It is a long journey for Ewolf. Ewolf is the personality that he is truly based on where and the circumstance of where you met him. But it is also something that he has been dealing with and truly like suffering with for years at this point. Well, sorry. No, that's not true. For months at this point. What you figure out from that is natural 20 is crazy good. Eliane truly broke his heart.
Yeah.
Like destroyed him. He didn't know who he was after she left. You don't know the stories, but like I would say you catch like through the next couple of days of like, yeah, I've been to Nova Sol. I've been to like, it's not that great. There's a lot like you get the idea that like there's been things like he's like gone on a like a personal journey to try to find himself and came back and still was in the same spot. nothing was able to break his space of like, this is who I'm supposed to be with, and they dropped me, and I have nothing that is able to pick me up from that spot. It's a long journey, but the fact that that in his mind he was right on what he assumed about you and him, the ego boost is enough for him to start to try to make that healing process happen. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
It's awful, because that's like the realm of like, okay, you are able to see your self-value only when you see other people responding to you. Also, your value is not on your like attractiveness to another person. I think Ianthe, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I imagine that you are well aware of that fact. Ewolf is not. Ewolf is fully at this point relying, and I would say, in the realm of the area that he is in his life, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes right now.
Yeah.
So there is a realm of like, I think you feel like you did a good thing, even if it was just because it was funny. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I think she sees this, and she, like, I think over time, you know, she keeps saying like, I'll break the bubble. I'll pop the bubble and like let him have it. And then I think she sees this and she's like, maybe not. Maybe he needs this more than I do.
Yeah. Yep. It will lead to some very embarrassing stuff moving forward. I'm very excited about that. But yes, awesome. Cool. Anything else you'd like to do over the next 4 days? We'll flip it on.
That was it for me.
Cool. Awesome. So far we have Aaron, Aaron, Adim, Titian, and Grian to finish up with. But it is about right over 11 o'clock right now. We'll take this moment to kind of take our 10-minute break. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Bye. All right. Welcome back. So, as we are finishing things up with Ianthe, let's move on. I want to move on to Grian. What is Grian doing over the next 4 days?
Probably when he's not at work, which I would imagine he'd be like it's more of like a full time day type thing, much like Kofi's steering. Probably when he's not doing that during the day, he's probably just with Kofi at night.
Okay. Are you? Let me ask you this. Are you trying to? What would be an intention that Grian would have over the next 4 days? Even with Kofi, or I would say as far as like not that this would be something that you would mention anyways, but I would say Kofi would be like very clear on the idea of like he would not be looking for anything except for something physical, right? But he would probably open up a little bit if you were to like ask him as far as like things about his past, yada yada yada. But overall, like over the next 4 days, is there anything intention you? And it doesn't have to be with Kofi, because I will say there's not a ton I can give you there. Yeah, anything else?
Not really. I mean, I think he's just biding his time, waiting to get to quote unquote home. Like,
cool. Oh, you know what I will say? Okay. He will ask you about the Gopher Guild. I think the start of the conversation is definitely like just trying to. You brought it up, so he's trying to like. It sounds like it's something that you may want to talk about with him. But yeah. So, do you explain like everything to him? Like, how would that?
Yeah, he would explain to him how how it works, kind of like above board. We haven't really talked about where it would be. I just assume Dare's Wharf is like a big city type thing, so it's probably there. But like where the
I assume they were. Are they not nomadic?
No, they had like different guild houses.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So you're saying that they would have a guild house in Dare's Wharf.
Yeah, like I would imagine, because it's huge.
That's totally fair. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Above board things with the Gopher Guild. Are they? Is there anything about them that would be like secretive? Like the realm of their like we're the people that you would call to be able to retrieve something or get something done in regards to that. So therefore, there's a certain probably amount of their business that needs to be like above board. What I'm asking is, how would you sell this to Kofi? Or would you?
I would probably make a point that it's. I mean, I think any job that you're traveling and doing these things is dangerous, right? Whether you're on the sea, or on the land, or in the air, right? Like, there's always that potential for something to be dangerous. But I think in the realm of, instead of just being on the ship and like the crew is your family and now that the crew is gone, it's like, what is he doing? Like, this is a much larger family. Like, he won't just have these people. He'll have those people around North EMEA as well. So it'll kind of give him a place to call home, and that he can never feel alone.
Okay. Do you mention Ida?
It's just kind of like, oh, I know her, like, great, like, she runs the place, like, good, like, family friend type thing.
You're like, anyone else noticing cutting in and out? Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably say that she's, like, a good, like, family friend, like, know her really well, that kind of stuff.
You say family friend. Let's see if he. Okay, yeah. So then he would ask about your family. You said you have family.
I'd probably just go into, like, the usual details of, like, you know, they did XYZ, they died, yeah, but probably not get into, like, the nitty-gritty details of what happened.
Okay.
But I imagine a lot of their time would probably be spent like that, not in, like, a, like, hot, steamy night kind of way, but just, like, being there for each other as, like, someone to talk to and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think something that I think is like would be, you know, what we cut to in game is you know, honestly, two figures that consider themselves to be male that are actually able to share deep emotional connections about things in their past, and that in and of itself is something that we like. You know, you know, we kind of like get like a kind of like a faded in and out montage of like, you know, conversations being had back and forth, and like, you know, maybe like small chuckles from Kofi, or, you know, Kofi's still not great, but there's a realm of those kind of like, you know, kind of taking away at that. Cool. Give me a persuasion check, please.
Persuasion is 15.
15. Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Other than, like, hang out with everybody else, kind of just, like, you know, as we do, because there's not really a whole lot else to do. Plus, we enjoy each other's company as a group of people who like each other.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think that's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. Give me an insight check.
It's an 8.
Cool. Yeah, there's probably, like, you know, like probably maybe like 2 days from stepping onto Celeste, you get the feeling that the group itself has found this like evenness. There's a specific day where you're able to kind of like sit back and kind of look around as you're all kind of celebrating. Actually, Bixaldan, give me an athletics check.
To see if I drown.
Mm-hmm. No, to see if you manage to learn how to swim.
16.
16. Cool. Give me a give me a history check.
17.
Okay, not bad. So now the last thing here is there has to be a little bit of luck here. So what I was rolling here was your athletics against your history, and the idea that in this case of learning how to be able to swim is in a lot of ways, the more mind you put into it, the less helpful it is, right? So in this case, you're only minusing 1 from this luck roll, as you only rolled 1 higher. That was really good. And I'll say you have advantage because this would be several days.
Okay. Second roll. 13.
13, yeah. DC was a 50-50 chance on whether you learn how to swim.
Yay!
Very nice. Cool. And yeah, um, Alyssa does as well. So I think it's that night in particular we kind of cut to for Grian on looking around, and like there's a celebration. I think Aaron's found some we thought that we were out of Fatella, and there was this whole other carton that Kofi kind of begrudgingly pulls out of his captain's cabin. And you all have this like little tiny party in realms of celebration for them. There's a moment where Kofi Kofi looks like he's getting up to say something, but he truly just kind of like looks around and goes, "We've been on a ship for like a week, and you're just learning how to swim now. You guys don't see the danger in that." And then true Debbie Downer to this is you all like I don't in my head I imagine you guys like yell and throw styrofoam cups at him.
Yeah.
And he sits back down. But yeah, it's a touching moment. It's a moment where you see everybody kind of just connected and it's nice. Titian, what would you like to do for the next 4 days?
I have a couple of ideas, but we'll start with this one.
Yeah.
So I think on the first night when everything sort of calmed down, going pretty easy. Titian will sit at the bow or whatever at the back of the boat, sort of overlooking the water. I think this is sort of where he's posted up to reflect. Well, zone out, I guess, a little bit more likely.
Sure.
And Titian will he's going to send a message.
Okay.
Right. Hey Ma, it's Tai Tai. I wanted to check how you're doing. I'm okay. I'm safe. I think I might have found some friends. Miss you.
Roll me a d20.
All right. That is a 5.
Cool. What day do you think you'd do this on?
I feel like I do it on the first day. First or second day. And I would try to do it like, I'd have enough sense to not do it at like 3 o'clock in the morning on second watch. You know what I mean? Like I would do it during like normal awake hours, if that makes sense.
You got it. You're in the middle of tying knots, and you get a response. Oh my gosh, Titian! It is so good to hear from you, my sweet, sweet little boy. Sorry, it took a little bit. Your brother, was getting some award for something. Anyways, me and your mother are fine. She was pretty annoyed that you left without saying goodbye, but you know her. I know that you're destined for great things. And if you need to go out there to find them, then you do that. But you remember, you can always come home. And I'll have my best made cookies waiting for you.
Oh.
This is Ruth, by the way.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
I want
That's
to,
amazing.
if I may, Matt, are you okay if
Yeah.
I say what you have description here?
Yeah.
I see sweet, kind, nurturing, empathetic, and then under that I see Linda Belcher vibes.
Yeah.
And it was very hard to just not partake. So
Well, that's why I put it there. I was like,
Yeah.
here's a baseline. Aw.
beautiful, thank you.
I think Titian will on day one he's not holding back, so I think he'll just sort of like respond to her like just in a crying like I love you so much, and that'll just sort of be it. Like I think it's just be kind of like him just like crying, be like I miss you, and like there's no like 25 words to it. It's just they're like I miss you so much, Mom. I love you, and that'll just be it. Just like kind of crying.
Okay. All right. Okay. Eugene. this doesn't work the way I want it to work. I'm gonna say I have advantage in this roll. That's okay. Cool. It's like it was an 18. You get a response back. Say this name for me. Denare.
Deadnair, I believe.
Deadnair. Cool.
Yeah.
You eventually get, and it is not like time. It's a random time. You just like randomly hear a voice in your head. Titian, your mother has been crying in the corner of the room ever since you left that message. I don't know what you said to her. Truth be told, I'm sure it was nice. But if you can find it, if you can find the time of day in your heart to just send a message so that I don't have to deal with this crap, that would be great. By the way, your brother just got tasked with a very specific unit in the Roar. Thought you should know. This is Deadnair, by the way.
Oh shit.
Also love. And she can't finish it.
Yeah. When she said a very specific unit, was there
Roll an
a
insight
like? Okay. This is fucking important. Let me get a good dice. You'll be good dice. Insight check. Nat 20.
So I took some liberties here. I imagine we didn't really talk, as far as I remember, too much on your brother, on like what his deal currently is. He is older than you, but I do imagine that. So here's what I imagine. Titian, you grew through the ranks very quickly, surpassing your brother very quickly. Nat 20, you know what that means. Your brother is in place under Brer's command.
Fuck. All right. Specifically, Brer's command.
Specifically, Brer's command.
All right.
I think so. In like reference of why you would know that, because you were in Triors. I think there was probably a discussion that may have happened, and feel free to adjust or tell me no on this. There's probably a discussion that happened where you Brer is the leader of the Roar unit. Initially, when you were tasked under the under Traor's unit, you were probably pretty upset because you weren't tasked with, you weren't put under the commander's unit.
What do you mean, like?
So, like, the idea of, like, okay, so you've gone through, like, essentially, like, the academy sort of, like, realm of things, right? You were set to be in Traor's unit, right?
Yeah.
Which is, you know, he's one of the, you know, it's still a huge position to be in, but it wasn't the prime spot.
Well, wouldn't the prime spot be Eris, who's the elite? He's like the one above them.
I have Brer as the knight leader of the Roar unit.
They're all three of those are knight leaders, and then go to Eris. Eris at the bottom.
Then I'll say same idea. Who's probably in Eris's command.
Okay, so he's under Eris. Okay.
Which I will say, you got a nat 20 on this. That actually is, in some way, it's kind of good. Like, Eris is much more of a delegator than one that is going to be in the field. So.
No, I specifically, as soon as you said that, my first thought went to, like, now Tishian's brother is actively hunting Tishian.
Oh, yeah.
Brer to some extent, yeah.
Well,
but, like,
I mean, obviously, no matter. Okay, so here's something that obviously we're kind of like we're world building in this moment here, but I will say I do think it makes sense that Tishian, you never brought your work home, like you never talked to your mothers about what happened. You know, what was happening. I think the whole realm of like you disbanding from the Roar was like a big like I imagine Dead Nair would consistently be like, so what happened? And you would and you know you would continuously push it away.
Yeah. I even kind of see Dead Nair as like not necessarily even asking, but just sort of being really as I picture him like ashamed, like more so ashamed, like parents are like loving no matter what, unconditional love, but like my brother, who I'm trying to remember his name right now,
Hobbs,
Hobbs, yeah. I see him as being very stern, like even though Tishian may be better than him athletically, like he is also the kind of like he's a lot more regimented. He's a lot more like so I think like he just sees Tishian as like sort of a disgrace in that way, and like in that like Tishian would never have brought it up to him. Tishian would have never shared it,
right?
And not only that, but like Hobbs would have never listened anyways, because it would have been
right. He's too far in the Kool-Aid.
This just traitor's talking to me right now. Why is he talking to me?
Yeah. I imagine. Okay, so to add on top of that, I imagine that the reasoning on why it's taken him this long to be able to be set into an elite knight unit, he blames on you.
I can see that. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. I think Tishian just holds on to that thought for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to reach out to his brother. I know that. I feel like if Tishian feels that if he did, he would just, it wouldn't do any good. If anything, he would just sort of like, he'd embarrass his brother, you know, or he'd like upset him in some ways.
Yeah.
But I think Tishian is absolutely upset. I think Tishian is absolutely pissed off right now. And he's trying to think of a way to sort of like, maybe it's not healthy. It's definitely not healthy. But like he wants to sort of lash out, I think, a little bit now.
Okay.
So I think with his third cynic of the day, we're playing a little loose here. I think Tishian is going to wait until 3:30 in the morning.
Okay.
And then I think he's going to send Brer a message. I think this is going to be a little bit of a tonal shift, so I apologize, y'all. This is a little shocking.
No, go for it.
Tishian just sort of, I'm watching you, you dirty fuck. You better sleep lightly, because I'm waiting for the moment to open you up. And, like, he's just going to, like, say that, and then, like, with his remaining 25 words, he's just going to scream as loud as he can. Like he just sort of did before, off the back of the boat. Everyone can fucking hear him, that's fine.
Yeah.
But, like, he's going to scream just into it, like, as long as he can hold his breath. On the last one, actually, he'll do his, like, daunting roar as ascending.
Give me either an Arcana or... Arcana or Insight check.
Okay, that's... Ah, shit. Alright, I rolled good, so that's the thing. Like, I gotta... You said Arcana or Insight?
Mm-hmm. Arcana would make more sense, but I'm good either way.
Okay, I'll do... I rolled a natural 18, and I have a +0 to Arcana, so I'll go with Arcana.
You got it. Yeah, Arcana, that's enough. You feel... This is rough to say, because I think it's something that is... There's very little release here for Tishian, because with an 18, you're not really sure exactly what it feels like to be blocked from communication. But you're reminded back from when you were able to send a message to Brer every day that was just like, fuck you, or whatever it was. It was like, eat me, whatever it was. And you feel something that seems like the yell seems to be almost like it's being pushed through, it's being pushed into a wall just outside your mind that's just absorbing it, but it's not going further out. It doesn't feel like it's traveling. Does anybody go check on Tishian?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Adim and Aaron both show up.
And my weapons are out. Because if he's doing that,
same. What is happening?
Oh, hi, guys.
Hey, guys.
Yeah. Did you...
I put my daggers away and I go, Tishian is a verb. And that's all I say. And I go back down under the deck.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry, did y'all hear that? Did I upset y'all?
You see Kofi from just above the helm. Yes, you screamed it.
Oh, sorry. I kind of lost myself there for a second. I got some bad news. I'm sorry.
Everything okay?
I mean, it's been better. Yeah. Found out. I guess I found out my brother is he got a promotion.
How is that bad?
Well, it's a promotion in the Roar. He's now working in the Roar. Might be hunting me, might not be. But he's definitely working with He's just now very firmly embedded in them.
I kind of know how that feels. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what it's like to be hunted by a relative of some sort?
Strangely enough, yes.
Awesome. What did you do about it?
Pretended to be dead, and as far as I know, they think I'm still dead, and I'm trying to keep it that way.
Was it you can just fake your death and just like give... Yeah, I can't do that. I'm not...
It takes a contract with Grinchelle, unfortunately, and you saw how that went.
Oh yeah, no, that worked out horribly. For you were
Mhm.
pushed off a cliff for that.
Yeah, I might be back on the hunt list after that.
Oh God! All right, by your sibling.
Yeah, my sister.
What is your? Why does your sister want to hunt you?
Um, it. So I was kind of in a cult, and
Mm.
you're not allowed to leave alive, and I did just that. So I'm assuming they want to tie up their loose ends.
Mm. Mm. I don't know what that's exactly like, but I mean, I was part of an axe throwing league back in Hossamal that was really tough to get out of too.
I
So
mean, if anything, a military is no different than a cult, you know.
oh, that's very true. Sorry.
Kiki, don't listen.
The axe throwing. Dude, you literally had to leave like an elite unit. We were like, yeah, but the axe throwing, that was rough.
Yeah, I've totally been there before. I understand perfectly.
I have this bowling thing in college.
But you,
Man, those book clubs.
the, what kind of cult was it that you were?
It's not not something I want to get into right now. But maybe not at 3 a.m. after we've
Sure.
all been jarred awake.
Oh, did I wake? Oh, I didn't mean to wake you up. I'm sorry.
I think I think your biggest apology will have to be to Ianthe, knowing her beauty sleep. But
Oh, she's still snoring.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
She's still snoring over there. I can tell she's asleep. Maybe not.
take care of yourself.
The best of the night was hearing Chelsea's laugh through Matt's microphone. That was great. That was great.
It is a 6. No. Oh, no, that's not right. 13.
13?
Yeah.
No, you woke up.
Damn it. She comes
That's it. I mean,
stomping
that's
up
all
at
that
this point.
happened. Yeah.
Well, Aaron, I just want to let you know. I'm trying to say this. I'm assuming Ianthe's coming at any moment.
Oh yeah, she's stomping up behind.
If you ever want to talk, I'm here, and I'm good at keeping secrets. Like, you know what I mean? So like, if you just know that you'd have, I'm happy to be a ear for you to sort of, talk to every once in a while.
Thank you. But for now, I am getting some sleep.
Yeah.
You should
What
too.
the fuck was that noise?
I told you.
Oh shit! What noise was that?
Oh no, because if Ianthe crossed a deem, as she crossed me, I just went Titian and kept going down the stairs.
You yell that, and all the team says, Titian going down. Like,
Yep.
As soon as you come up, I'm gonna run and hide. Go to bed.
Why?
love it.
What?
It's the middle of the night. Why?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the middle of the night. I mean, it's 3. It's a little past the middle of the night. Middle of the night's midnight. That's why it's called midnight.
Why? Why are you screaming this late at night?
I
We are sleeping.
I just sort of lost. I forgot where I was for a moment. I'm sorry.
Go to bed, and I stomp away and I kick one of his knots.
Before you go away, because I did a roll for it, E-Wolf comes up and goes, hey, is everything okay? I heard screaming.
That's just Ianthe. She's just very upset right now.
Oh,
I feel like Green comes out too and is like, "What the hell, Ianthe? People trying to sleep." It's like,
no, listen, okay, why don't you just go back to bed, okay? She's able to feel however she wants to feel, okay?
I
Oh,
hate
God,
every
I love
single
it.
one of you right now.
I
going to bed.
understand. It's process.
So I
Okay.
don't set any of your beds on fire.
Please don't do that.
Please don't do that.
That's. I'm scared as hell right now.
I hate all of you. And then I kick the pile of rope.
God.
This is actually me when Matt wakes me up in the morning.
I love it
It's true.
so much. So
It's
good.
so true. This is my daily life.
What a great moment. What a great moment. Have you both feel like, hey, it's okay. Like, so yeah, she walks away because, so, I'm sorry.
Hmm. Talking to me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I think I had some to blame for that. So,
Hey, no. Hey, listen,
I'm
Evil.
sorry.
Hey, listen. Hey, we're good friends now. You have nothing to apologize
Sure.
for.
Yeah, we've had one conversation in the past 4 days, but yeah,
We've had one really good, heartfelt conversation when we shared Futella.
Can you keep a secret?
Absolutely. Yeah. What do you got going on?
Grant, you're there, right?
Probably just like
Yeah. Can you both keep a secret?
sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was, and he there's no reason to roleplay this. He gives you the whole thing of like I started noticing it when we first got on the ship, and there was eyes, and then she kept like I found her in my room. I've stopped talking about Eliane around her because I know it must make her feel in a certain way, but I had to confront her about it, and since then things have been rough. So yeah. So he just ends with that. So I just,
You did the right thing. You can't just let those things fester. They'll turn into something, and she'll get over it. She'll eventually move on.
yeah. I mean, we all do, right? So it's just it'd probably be
Yeah.
easier when we're on land, so that we're not, constantly bumping into each other, and also our rooms are so close, and
I mean, you can take mine if you want. It's down the hall. I'm not really using it, so you can. You want to do a little
I have a
effort.
lot of things I would have to take out of my desk.
What kind of things do you have on your desk?
I'm tired of it. Oh. Okay. Well, you know what, guys? He puts two hands around you both, like on your both. I feel really good about this, and if you ever need to talk to me about anything, I will listen. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Weewolf. Thank you.
All right. I think I'm going to go sleep up in Crow's Nest. That was way too specific of a threat.
I understand. You're doing the right thing.
And if she was going to set any bed on fire...
Oh, it'd be yours. Like, you're number one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're number... I'm not going to lie. I mean, I love Ianthe. I die for Ianthe. I have literally killed for Ianthe. But she's the fucking scariest one of all of us right now.
Yeah, she's the second scariest female on the ship, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to... You doing okay?
All right, good. Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm I'm good. I'm good.
What were you doing out here? Oh, you came out here with me to find out what she was yelling about.
Yeah, I was just keeping watch a little bit too, just zoning out. But then stuff happened.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, good night. Let me see.
Good night. Oh boy. All right. From here, Tishian. I want to leave some room for like Grianne if they want to do anything.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, I am
In-
honestly exhausted, so you guys keep going.
Okay.
Cool.
Tishian is. This was the sort of last thing I think Tishian would start doing. We don't have to roleplay this too much, Joe, but you've just left something out there that I definitely want to look into.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tishian, after hearing that his brother's been promoted, and hearing that everything that's going on, especially now that he knows that there's a sort of a block in communication, Tishian now more than ever feels like I got to get the training. Like, and he's tying ropes just ain't going to cut it right now. So I think with his new cloak, Tishian, and I don't want, and let me just say this outright, I don't want this to ruin anything that anyone else has done. So, like, I don't want this to feel like Tishian is eavesdropping on anybody. But I think Tishian's going to start practicing sneaking around.
Okay.
I think Tishian is going to practice sneaking around the ship. And I think what he's going to do, he's not looking to, like, eavesdrop on anyone's conversation. I think he's going to start looking for, like, okay, he's going to start making up little missions for himself. Like, second night, first mission, I'm going to go steal Ianthe's hair clip. Or, like, just to see if he can do it, you know. I'm going to go see if I can get the jar of Futella from the kitchen while Aaron's in there cooking without them noticing me.
Okay.
But I do think one thing, and I don't know. I want to go see what E-Wolf has in his desk.
There it is.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean, I want to roleplay all of that, so let's do that. We'll keep it simple.
Sure.
So first one, stealing Ianthe's hair clip while she's sleeping. Is that the goal?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
just because like this is first level, say like sometime throughout the day.
I think just like sometime throughout I think specifically during the day is not tying time. So at night is sneaking time. So
Come on, dude. Oh man. Okay.
So this is all. I would say this is all easily happening between 9 p.m. to, let's just say 2:30.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you got it. Okay. So let's do this. We'll simplify this because that's pretty easy. I'm gonna say give me a stealth check. Also, in the meantime, Adim, go ahead and because Bixaldan would eventually give you the trident here. Go ahead and refresh your page. I gave you your items.
Okay. Now, would you say I'm doing this at night? Would you say that constitutes dim light or darkness?
Yeah, but I would say, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll say you have advantage on this. Yeah.
Yeah. Just my cloak is the thing.
Yeah.
First one is a 16. All right. Happy for that advantage. 18.
18. Nice. No problem. You swipe. Manage to hear Ianthe say at some point, "Where's my hair clip?"
Yep. And I think
do you present it to her like do you just like put it back?
I don't want Ianthe to know what I'm doing, but what I will do is like try to have it placed at the table in the morning for them at breakfast. Like try to sneak it. Like I'm not trying to keep these things. Yeah.
Yeah. With an 18, you leave it in their place setting at breakfast.
Yeah. Yeah. Like right on top of their fork or spoon.
Yeah.
Damn poltergeist.
This is the same. This has got to be the same day. Like Ianthe, you wake back up, you see you see.
I hate this stupid ship.
You see that it's missing, and then breakfast time, you come out and see that it's at your. It's clearly someone took it and put it there. You know what I mean? Or they found it. You know.
I think she's gonna choose to believe somebody found it.
Sure, absolutely. Okay.
So that she doesn't she doesn't have to lose it.
Right. Awesome. Cool. Give me another stealth check with advantage. This one's a little higher.
All right, is this one for
This is for the Fatella.
Futella? This one,
Yeah.
actually, this one might be in the middle of the day. So we'll say this
Okay.
one's like without advantage. Just to push his
Okay.
limits.
Fair enough. Yeah, absolutely.
So Titian is just trying to... Okay, so that is actually... Fuck me. Okay, that's another 18.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
Awesome. So the first DC was 10, the second one was 15. So you do manage to get both here. Well, actually, sorry. I guess we should take into account, because we never do. We will take into account passive perception here.
Mine's a 15, so he beat it.
It's 15. Okay, great. Cool. Awesome. Great. No issues. You see Aaron. We cut to Aaron, like making dinner, just like truly having a time of their lives. Of just like, I think there's, I can't change the realms of this world to be able to allow that there's a radio here, but just know that as a DM I want to. So that vibe is what's happening, and we see Titian just kind of like sneaking over. Big gigantic paw comes over, grabs Fatella. You like fumble it a little bit, catch it, and just dart away. Amazing. And then the last one is to be able to get into Ewolf's desk.
All right.
This one I suggest doing at night.
Yep, I will be doing this one at night for
it.
sure. This one's the one I'm most nervous about. Okay, first one is a 9. Oh, God. Oh, boy. 9.
Okay. Roll me a luck check. You're going to get caught. The question is how far you get.
Luck check is an 8. Although, I think I have inspiration. Can I reroll?
If you have it, yeah.
Okay, I do.
Do you want this for the luck check or your stealth check?
Well, the stealth check was with advantage, so I don't think I can add one more to that.
Yeah, inspiration can always be added to that, even if you have it. It doesn't. You don't re-roll with advantage. You're rolling again. Yeah, re-rolling. I didn't roll great, FYI.
Yeah. I'll roll the stealth check again.
Cool.
All right. Okay, that's a 15.
Nice. The 15, you managed to find a time when I think you you think about challenging yourself on the idea of like, what if I check the desk while Ewolf is in the room? And then you do manage to push that idea out of your mind. So that was like the 11 to 9 or whatever. You push that idea out of your mind, like, that's going to be too good. That's level 4. And you manage to check the desk in the idea that he probably will be gone for the next 5 minutes. Low DC here, but give me an investigation check.
Okay. Investigation is a +0. 17.
17. You're immediately disappointed when you open the desk and find only 2 things. You find a crumpled up drawing of a woman with brown hair. It's colored in brown hair. Holding hands, facing the artist, assumedly, with a vague resemblance of Elian. The man in the picture you see is Ewolf. This, with a 17, I'm going to tell you that this looks like it's old. Probably about... say at least a couple years old. It's hard to tell with how many times it's probably been crumpled back in and forth. It's probably been having to be carried around in pockets for a long time. It looks well worn in the idea that he most likely has been folding and unfolding it every day for that amount of time. You also find a stack of letters. All put into say folded up and put into a space where there would be like an area for an address, essentially, right? The equivalent of in this world. But no address. And it just says Eliane on it. They have a last name. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. And that last name. With a 17, you see that every one of these has been dated. And you have time to kind of flip through quickly to see that these have been dated for the past 8 months. Every day.
Okay.
Now, I will say this. The last date you see was 3 days ago.
Okay.
You do have a little time here. You can, depending on how snoopy you feel.
I think Tishian would try to, like, again, he doesn't mean anything bad by it. It's just sort of like that immature, like, yeah, I'll read a page of someone's diary, just one time, maybe, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, he'll open up that letter from 3 days ago.
Last one.
Mm-hmm.
It's very short. I don't think this is good for me anymore. I miss you. I will never stop loving you. But there's a part of me that needs to learn how to let you go. I will find a way to bring your sister to you. But when that time comes, I need to be ready to face you in whatever manner that means. I hope who I meet is the woman I fell in love with. This is my last letter. E-Wolf.
Okay. Okay. Tishian will, I think, after reading that, he'll fold the letter up and put it right back in the envelope where he found it, just as he found it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll say it's part of the role.
Yeah. I think he will just sort of... I don't think he's going to snoop through any more letters. He'll take one more look at the desk to see if there's anything else in it. Just from the standpoint of, like, I don't know if Tishian puts together, like, oh, this is what E-Wilson, like Matt does, but, like, I don't think Tishian's like,
Right.
Is this what he was so protective over? I mean, these are just...
I don't know if he would have brought it with him. Okay. You do open a drawer that feels a little heavier. And you find that there is a very small chest in there. Not particularly impressive looking. I'd say you see there is like this sort of like plated gold filigree around it, but it is not. It's not a. No, there's no way you would know that. Okay. Yeah, it's not. Doesn't look necessarily special. It's particularly small. Like it fits into a drawer, so it's about this big, right? You do not see a. Well, you do see a keyhole, but it doesn't look like a familiar like. It doesn't look like a familiar lock to you. It looks like it needs something weird.
I'm assuming that something weird is not on the desk at all, or within.
Nope.
Tishian will still try to open it just to make sure it's. Is it locked?
Yes.
It is locked. Okay. Tishian will take note of that. Oh man, Tishian's not a thief, and E-Wolf is legitimately a friend. So this is a little bit like he's not going to steal. This isn't like for a hair clip returned at
Your
breakfast.
goal was
is
to
one thing.
find out what's so important in this desk, and I think you do feel like you've found it. Like you found like these are the things that are important. I did what I wanted to do.
Yeah. I think Tishian will lock it. He'll put it in the back of his mind, and he will look for the right time to talk to E-Wolf about it.
Okay. Cool. Got it. Awesome. Well, there's still a couple things I want to do before we have to end tonight. So one, Tish, is there anything besides talking to E-Wolf, which we'll probably have to handle next time? That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is there anything else you wanted to do on your 4 days?
Yeah, Bix, I think you were. It seemed like you're really possessed by something. No.
The audience doesn't know that. The audience has no idea. No.
I feel like I've taken up a lot of time.
No, you're totally fine. It was. I love this. This is exactly the episode I wanted. But I also am aware that this is not necessarily what everybody else wants. Like, so I like that you guys are on board with this on that end. This is exactly how I wanted it to go. So, but I was prepared for it to go further. So. Adeem, what are you doing over the next 4 days? Anything in particular?
The less interesting things would be probably sitting on the deck and drawing seagulls, or anything I see that I feel like drawing. So I'll probably draw a lot. I'm probably swimming a lot. I get the impression that I will not get a chance to do that much at all. So if I'm not working, I'm probably in the water. Or draw, like if there's a chance, I feel like there's a little bit of freedom that's safe. I'm probably in the water somewhere, just keeping up the boat, swimming.
I won't say every time, but there's a couple times where you're drawing a seagull in your book, and you like you're looking at a seagull and you're drawing it, and then you look down and you see Munin, right? You see Munin just like on a ledge, just staring up at you, just like this. That's Aaron's raven, yeah.
Yeah, no. Okay. I'll draw it.
And just to jump in, if I see him drawing birds, I'll like come over and just be like, "Here, you can hold him," you know.
you see. Okay. Oh, no, I'm not gonna roll. It's my world. You immediately go like, "Oh, let me push him closer to you." You see Munin snap at you for the first time ever. And just go back to the pose that you did.
Fair enough.
Clearly wanting to be drawn by Adeem.
So yeah, I will. I was just drawing something that was in the air because I find I'm fascinated by things that fly. But if it looks like it's posing for me, okay, I'll draw the raven. The crow, I'm not sure which one it is. I'll draw the big black bird. And so, yeah, so I draw things, I'm swimming. Those are probably the least interesting things I do that isn't working.
Cool.
I am interested, however, now that I've read those 2 items, not really messing with them to the extent of using charges,
Okay.
because I don't want to do that because they seem very potentially violent. So I do not want that. I do have a question about the amulet.
Sure.
I can only use it when I'm desperate, or that is what allowed me to attune to it.
That's what allowed you to attune to it. Requires attunement by an invoked in an hour of desperation. So that was the that was the trigger.
That was the trick to get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to sit every now and then. Actually, no, I don't want to sit. When I'm swimming, when I'm in the water, and preferably under the water. And I'm never going to go very deep. I'm always going to stay surface level. So if there's somebody on the deck who's watching for me, seeing where I am, you can see me just below the surface. So this is not me trying to hide. But when I'm under the water and just swimming, I want to get into what I imagine is like a runner's place. And when I'm in that place with swimming, I want to focus on the amulet because I still want to know if he's my father.
Okay.
And I've heard his voice before without the amulet.
Mm-hmm.
So between the swimming and getting in that place of that fatigued euphoria while I'm swimming and calling upon the tattoos and trying to hold the amulet, I want to reach out. I want answers. It's the one mystery that, like, he's never met his parents. He doesn't even know anything about them. And he has no connection other than the tattoos and possibly the amulet. I do know what the name means so this is kind of out of character, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I know what the name you gave me means in Arabic, which in my creations is primordial, which leads me to believe it could be my father. But I'm also going out on a major limb, so I'm not sure if you purposely said, I'm going to look up Arabic words for D.
Well, it's. I mean, the other thing was the amulet was given to you.
Exactly.
It went across a very great distance to find you.
So
I don't think that's out of character to assume or to wonder at least.
True, but I also know that like so many other things have happened to me that I don't know that was aimed at me from a dean's point of view. That's why he's still doubting it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to say to be able to. I think to be able to. There's nothing that is a for sure. This is what this is.
That's fair.
And I think that's like, yeah, that's the worst part for a DM is that there's like, I think there's possibly nights where you're, staring at this thing and going like, I can never, like, all signs point to, but I can never know for sure unless you talk to me through this thing.
Yep. And I know whoever it is has spoken to me through the tattoos.
Right.
So I'm just gonna like, if anybody's watching me from the boat below the surface, they'd probably see me swimming in a very even pattern, similar to like the dolphin kick of butterfly people, but my arms are behind me, with the tattoos glowing under the water, under the surface at night. Just like I'm just communing, following the ship.
You got
very
it.
comfortable to be under, very peaceful, but just
Excuse me.
just a combination of meditation and communing.
There is only one roll I can give you for this.
Okay,
even in the span of 4 days. And I'm just going to tell you straight up, there's a reason, to be clear, and there's no reason for you in character to know this. There's a reason why this is so hard.
I'm good. Like I'm not feeling slighted as a player. I'm just
No, I mean in character. Like there's a realm of like there's nothing that your character would know.
That's fair. Yeah.
But the realms of frustration of this makes sense. It actually is kind of it kind of works and is beautiful in this way because it's well, let's do this.
Okay.
Roll me a single religion check for those 4 days.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Nope. 6.
What I'll give you with the 6, actually, I'll contest it. Okay, cool. I rolled a 3. What I will give you, I'm rolling like dog shit for the most part. What I will give you with that 6 is that, so 4 nights, and you're kind of doing this all 4 nights. The 3rd night, you're not even positive you heard anything, but you heard this like weird throaty bubble sort of sound. And, you know, like looking around, there's a million things under the sea that could have made this sound. And, you know, it's dark out, your tattoos are like, you know, lighting up and you're kind of communing in this, but there's, you know, it could have been something that was further away that just made a loud noise. You are not sure if that was something trying to communicate to you from the amulet. But either way, you're not able to make out any words or anything from this.
Okay. The only other least interesting thing I would be doing probably is singing the random sea shanty as I draw.
Love it.
Like loud enough so it's like it could be heard, but most like under my breath. Like people would hear it, and like the captain would be like, Kofi would be like, "Oh, I know that one," you know. But I'm not like at the top of my lungs. It's just kind of like you know.
Yeah. Okay. So since the situation that happened, I think day 1, nothing. Day 2, nothing. Day 3, you start to hear. You like stop humming or stop like singing at one point, and you hear a residual like finishing the melody.
Oh, okay.
And then day 4, you see him kind of come up, and he grabs. He has he's had probably a little bit more to drink as you come closer to land, and Celeste is actually very easy to port into. He's feeling a little bit more easier, and he looks like he's probably a little inebriated enough to be able to just kind of like sit and just sing full blast with you.
Oh, I sing with him. Tune matters not. I'm not a bard. This is just two sailors drinking.
Yeah.
So.
That's interesting. Okay, cool. You finish the phrase. You finish the shanties. I think I'm gonna do it. I think.
Do what?
I've dreamt of living on ships, or I have lived on ships my whole life. I want to dream of something else for a change. I've been south. I've been south of south. I'll find out what this north is about. The maiden's yours, if you want it.
No. You keep it and take the maiden to go north.
Give me an insight check.
So I can roll terribly again. Sure. A 6. What a shock.
Whew, okay. With a 6, there's no realm to be sure. He is a little inebriated. There's a good chance that there's a possibility that he's just talking out his ass.
I don't want it.
So I think for the next hour and a half, I'll say depending on how heated it would get, he'd be like, "Oh, okay, so you're not it's too good for you? My father sailed this ship. How dare you?" My father sailed a fleet of ships and liked this one the most. And you don't want to captain it? You don't think you'd what?
I don't think I'm good enough for your ship.
That's for the captain to decide, is it not?
You're drunk.
Fine. When I'm not. Tell you what. On land. I'll play you for it.
Play me what?
I don't know. You pick.
Okay.
Any of the games. Okay?
Does it have to be a game or just any kind of contest?
Any kind of contest.
Okay.
And I'll make sure that I'm not drunk. Because if it's a physical context, I'm usually better if I'm drunk.
I'll think of something.
You have a breath holding contest.
He's
How deep can you swim? No.
yeah. He slaps you like drunkenly too hard. You know what I mean? That like sort of like all right, dude, Jesus. It's because all right. Well, I gotta see a man. That's it. And just walks off.
Do I see Green going to his room?
Green's in his room, I imagine.
Yep. There you go. Okay.
Cool. Yeah. So that's so that is the last night. I think that same last night, Aaron, I think you're on the opposite side of the ship. Munin comes back. They have a ring. Simple silver ring. It's actually not even silver, it's gray.
I take the ring. Yeah. I put it on.
So you put it on, you see the world around you fades into smoke. You find yourself climbing that same pathway that it feels like you walked eons ago. So much has changed since then. As you're walking by, you see similar shapes of elven creatures, shaved heads, eyeing you. Some of them look to be, whether by their own choice or not, some of them look to have had their eyelids cut and taken off. You hear sounds of the sound of urging bodies tugging at something. As you look down from the perch that you're at just before entering the castle, And you see down below hundreds of undead creatures pulling something from the woods. As you're staring close by, or as you continue to stare in, you hear a voice say, "She will see you now." As you turn and see one of those eyelid missing creatures just like this close to your face.
Thank you. Then I will walk by him.
He's gonna follow you.
Okay.
You start walking in, and you. I need a wisdom saving throw, actually.
$13.
13's not enough. First time, I'm going to allow you to tell me what you lose in this castle of memories. What do you forget? It can be small.
Interesting. Backstorying real quick. Let's see.
I have an idea if you would like me to jump in.
Sure.
You forget everything involving the taste of the things that you've created on the ship.
Whoa.
You can see it, you remember how you made it, but you don't remember what it tastes like.
I like that. Okay.
You get further in, there's going to be 2 more of these. So you get further in, at this point you see there are massive statues on either side. Things that you might have missed before. Both of them are of creatures that have a humanoid sort of body, but raven, like elongated raven face. You see that there's one wing that's kind of like held out on either side. Giving the this kind of realm of an archway that you're able to kind of walk under. As soon as you walk under that, give me another wisdom save.
Much better. That's a 27.
27. You feel
26, sorry.
26. You feel faces start to slip away. The last one being the blackened eyes of Wella. And you're able to hold on to that. You feel it kind of slipping away, and I think you even physically kind of reach out. And you're able to just hold on to it. You approach steps leading up. Even the steps themselves kind of are shrouded in this gray smoke. You see the giant raven head that's protruding over the throne of the Raven Queen. As soon as you touch onto that last step, give me one more wisdom save.
Alright. That was a natural one.
you forget everything that you've come to know and understand. You don't remember the name. You don't remember the face. You have completely forgotten about Slackdown.
Okay.
To the point that when his name is mentioned, you are fully unaware.
Okay.
With a natural one, you're not even aware you lost it. You climb up. You see the Raven Queen in front of you. We have an intruder on our plane. We see a solid gray surface appear. It's not a mirror, but it works kind of like that in a way that you, Aaron, you see your face seems to kind of like pull away from you. You actually feel it kind of like pull away from you and then get reflected in it.
Okay.
And there's a split second where you're like, is it me? Is she gonna like did I fall into a trap here? And then you see that mirror change. You see a woman. As mentioned before, the colors of this place are extremely muted. It's almost completely black and white here. But you can see, even in that, you see a woman sitting on a ledge. You see wind blowing through her hair. You can see, even in this muted image, in this world, you see blonde hair, black dress, and you see a Tressa, a large cat with wings, laying across her lap, as you see her looking out to the very castle that you are standing in. And with that, we're going to end today's session. See you guys.